Testing, testing. Good morning, everyone. I call to order the GCC regular board meeting and retreat at 9, a little after 9 a.m. Roll call, please. Mr. Mark Anderson,
Here.
Mr. Harry Block,
Here.
Mr. Bruce Mandrick,
Here.
Mr. Jack Turner,
Present.
and Lily Campbell. All 5 board members are present and accounted for. Thank you for being here. And now, do we have any public comments?
There are no public comments at this
No
time.
public comments. Well, welcome, everyone. It's so good to see us. We are going to spend some good time together today, learning and asking questions and figuring out where we are and what we need to be doing. So thank you for giving us this time this morning, all day. And with that, I will turn it over to the superintendent who has a special message for us.
All right, good morning, board. Thank you so much for being here at our board retreat. You know, the word retreat is probably misleading because it's really a big board work day. So we'll be working all day. But just want to really say that today is really going to be about obviously our best practice governance. We'll give you some update on the progress towards our goals and some of our departments. We'll talk about what's important. As well as major initiative, strategic direction and agreement. And then we'll obviously do a lot of information sharing today. So that's kind of what we hope to accomplish in today's retreat. So at this time, Madam President, I would like to invite the board to go into recess as we jointly go and tour the COA Dudley C, which the address for that is, so I can publicly say it, Dudley Boulevard, 5. No, I'm going to talk real slow so that you guys are Googling it.
That address is 5839 Dudley Boulevard, McClellan, 95652.
Thank you. So for those who are following us, that is where we will adjourn to. So the board will be in recess and we will return back from recess within an hour.
Within an hour. All right, board members, so we can put our things down and get ready. Welcome back, everyone. We are back in session and just want to say how much we enjoyed the visit with the new school. It was just beautiful and everything seems to be in order and people are ready to go. So thank you for taking us over for the tour of the new facility. All right, so with that, my brother superintendent, you're about ready to get started with information and all of the good stuff you have for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and welcome everyone, welcome back. So it's all yours. sir.
All right. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. So I have the opportunity and the privilege to present to you today the state of the organization, just to again kind of share where we are as an organization, what's ahead for us, and the work that we will be doing this year. I want to start off by first saying that the work that I'm going to talk about today and the plans that we have could not be done and could not be made possible without these very capable individuals that you see around the table. Chief Learning Officer, Dr. Golds, Chief Business Official, Omar Reyna, Chief of Staff, Matt Taylor, Assistant Superintendent Maury Elliott, and Assistant Superintendent Joy Takoy. This team really, as much as I will report, they're the ones that really are making things happen. So I want to publicly affirm them and appreciate them for their work that they're doing. Thank you. So state of the GCC, where we're going. This presentation, as with everything, is kind of aligned to our 6 priorities of learning, leadership, equity, well-being, opportunities, and engagement. And so we will kind of talk about a number of those items. I will tell you, there's a number of slides that I have in here where I am only laying the foundation for the deeper work that you'll do or you'll hear from some of these other individuals. First thing, I can start with a few good things. We are in our 21st school year. Wow, I know.
Yay,
That's a
milestone.
we'll just leave it at that. But really very
Seemed just
proud.
like yesterday.
Well, Jackson, it seems like I agree with you. Mr. Turner, seems like just yesterday, but really we are proud of the journey that the organization has been on over these last 20 plus years and continue to look to see where we go next. We, as many of you know, are CKH National Showcase District, and all of our schools are recognized nationally by the Capturing Kids' Hearts organization. You just had the opportunity to walk through the COA Dudley C, our former CalFit building project. Which really for us is a good thing, but it was a lot of work to get that from what was a wrecked out gym to a very nice instructional space for our students. And so really proud of the work that went into that over the last 5 months. Our community schools implementation grant, we're really proud to have that work. At your last board meeting, Director Tarakoff shared some information with you about us receiving those state funds to begin to look at how we work with our community, bring community resources in for our students. Later on, when we talked about some of our strategies around chronic absenteeism, it's going to be this grant that we're going to be able to use to get some home visitors and others into the homes for our students. Looking at our preliminary data review, we are showing some promising signs, but I put in parentheses, there's still much more work to do. We are not obviously resting on our laurels with that, but we are happy of the trend that we're moving towards. And so our Ed Services team will continue to work on that. Our 1-year grad rate is 84% or higher for all DOS schools. And again, that is a lot of hard work. And our DOS schools, just for your reference, are the schools in CCCS and SOP. Those are our alternative dashboard schools. 40 plus GCC student internships over the summer. A lot of work, as many of you know. Last year we created a, I call it a micro department because it started out with just one person. So it's a micro department of college and career readiness with Director Ashley Madden, and really to see that work kind of come together. Maury, you'll have to help me with the number. Ashley wrote how much in grant funding?
It was over $4 million in a single year.
Oh, my God.
So over $4 million in a single school year to kind of take that from being a micro department to being a department, bringing on a work-based learning coordinator this year. You'll be approving that later on in your personnel consent, Mr. Sprinkles, and then also beginning to look at what else is needed to serve our schools and our sites directly. And then I want to say this really is more of your good thing, and that is, board, you managed a very successful executive leadership transition. Really feel like the organization maintained its strength, it maintained its reputation amidst the departure of a long-term superintendent to a new one. So that work really was your work. You did that very well. You managed it. And I would say that as a governance team, it leads to that next one, which this year we have had a high level of board engagement. And our sites have recognized that, they felt that, and they appreciated that. It started with ice cream, but they have felt that throughout the entire year. Even from the questions that you asked during their end of year presentations, that they really feel that you know what they're doing and that you're invested in it. So I want to say that really those last two bullets, while the rest of the team, we've worked on a lot of things, those two you managed, and you managed at a high level. And hopefully other organizations will see that. Yes, sir.
Walking through the COA building today brought back memories of the bowling alley. Of what it was and what it turned out to be, and we've done the same thing again with this facility, so
I agree.
really good job.
Thank you. And you know, if we can find another lapidated old building here on the base, give us a call. We're willing to turn it around. So if it has rats and things like that in it, or yeah. The bowling alley had rats and feral cats and all kinds of things.
Everything.
Calfit had homeless and everything. So thank you for that. It's yeah. But if you do know of another building out here, we are happy to take it over. So really last year, we pushed our administrators and our staff to look at how do we level up the organization to really its highest kind of level, its next level as an organization. This year, we really are looking at how do we team up? How do we come together across schools and not see ourselves as 9 separate charter schools, but see ourselves as Gateway Community Charter Schools. We are one organization. And so this year, it's been how do we get our schools to team up across schools to really improve, to grow academically, to grow with their staff? How do we start sharing some of our staff resources? So that's our work that myself and the team around the table here are doing this year, is how do we stop seeing ourselves in 9 different silos and we see ourselves as one organization trying to achieve a common purpose for our students. Speaking of our students, that's our kids. Really, as an organization this year, we continue to not only see, and I'll say this quietly, but I know I'm online, growth. We're seeing growth within our schools, while there seems to be a trajectory of decline across the state. And Omar will talk a little bit more about that when we get to looking at our enrollment over time. But ultimately, this is kind of the purpose that we're here for, is our students and then our staff to best support their needs, to take them to their next level. So I want to share with you a little about, this is data from last school year in terms of how many students we totally served, which meant any student that walked through our doors and sat in a GCC seat is counted in this number. And I say that because it looks weird when you're like, wait a minute, we never hit over. Well, this is how many students totally walked through. 6,749 students last year, with about 55% of them being white, 26% being Hispanic, 8% being African American. I will tell you, over the course of the last 3 years, we have seen significant growth in our Hispanic Latino population at our schools, and we're seeing more increased growth in our African American Black students. So we as an organization are becoming a little more diversified than previously.
So when was this done?
So this is kind of a snapshot of all of last school years.
Last school year.
So we received this data at the beginning of this year.
And you were saying we have more blacks, can we, when you get a chance?
We will provide the
Yes,
current,
thank you.
current year.
I'd like to see the latest.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then 3.9% of our student population is Asian. And again, what we're looking at is just the number of students that we're beginning to really kind of diversify across the organization. 22 campuses, 5 TK8s, 3 912s, and 1 K12, all the way across, 809 employees. And I'm already told that that number is incorrect. I believe we're at 846 or 47. You'll get that information later on when Laura does her presentation. So we continue to grow in staff. We continue to grow through enrollment. The other kind of key data point here is that we have just about half of our population, 3,084, that are English learner students. So again, a very significant EL population, which really for us as staff speaks to the resources that we need and programs that we need to best support our EL students. This year really has also been about driving the culture. What is the culture of the organization? A lot of our culture needs to, as we move forward, be drivers of student success for the future, looking at data to inform our practices as well as student success, loving our students enough to do what's right for them. And, you know, oftentimes when you work with at-risk students, at-risk communities, at-risk populations, you take the expectation down for them because you care for these poor kids. But we're saying that we want to care for our kids enough to have high expectation and to push them. Because when we do that, we're preparing them for the future and we're not setting them up for failure. And so that's been our kind of our rallying cry and where we're at. Then we want to empower our leaders to lead. We have a lot of strong, competent leaders across the organization. We want to empower them to do their jobs and serve the needs of our students. And ultimately, we want them to be accountable to students. When you're accountable to the end product, then that's the job that you're doing every day. And then we want to build in accountability within our system. Our work this year continues to be the portrait of a graduate. Not a lot of change on that one because that's foundational to who we are. And so if we're to continue that work, those of you who probably heard the various speeches that I gave at each of the end of year, either promotions or graduations, it was about this promise.
Yeah.
It's the promise that we're making to our students. And so how do we make that very clear all the way down? This year, we're looking at a lot of work to begin to bring that to the student level so they understand what the portrait means to them, not just us, the adults. I want to update you on the strategic. Yes, I'm sorry.
Is this in line with the student council that you still have? Because at the events, the day of the event, the 2 students were there and they were still so proud to tell me we are still members of the council. So.
Well, Madam President, I think I have to, I don't want to say blame or thank you, but they said they're coming back for another term because, you know, they were invited back. But yes, to answer your question, for our students, this will be one of their major tasks this year is as advisors to the superintendent, how do you now take this information so that we understand better how to make this
Best
more
thing that you could have
greater?
done. Best thing that you could have done.
So I want to update you a little bit on our strategic plan. As you know, at our February meeting, we had Scott Crocker from Crocker Branding to come and share with us about some of the work that he's been doing across the organization as we develop our next strategic plan. We identified during our conversation 6 areas to really focus on: high quality programs, financial stability, human capital, growth, awareness, and technology. So I want to update you a little bit of where we are with that. So some of our steps that we've taken since that time is we presented the plan to the board at the February 6th board meeting. It was also presented to the foundation board. on the February 15th. I neglected to put in here, there was another group. Our CBAC was presented to it, I believe, in March, excuse me. Then we have been, as a cabinet team, developing an action plan for strategies and its various components, as well as the evaluating the implementation on a regular basis and formally revising the plan. Those are ongoing tasks that we have. So here are what we call the champions of the strategic plan, the individuals who will be taking these 6 key areas and working with them, distilling them down to the work that we have. So for high quality programs, Joy Chakoi will be kind of working with that to really look at what are the strategies that we need to begin to implement across the GCC. Financial stability, Omira will be working to say, how do we keep the organization fiscally strong, but at the same time, look at new areas of growth, which leads us to Maury Elliott, who is kind of, where do we grow next? Where should we begin to look forward? Human capital, Laura, our HR director, is looking at how do we recruit, retain, and remain competitive to have the best staff. And then awareness, Matt is looking at a number of things from branding to how do we market ourselves as the best charter school in Sacramento. And that this is where you want to be. This is where you want to work. This is where you want to send your kids. And then technology is Dr. Gold, who is no secret. She loves AI. I think she wants a robot walking around here. What's the robot called? Optimus. But it really is, how do we not only look at AI, but how do we look at instructional technology across our system? So each of these champions will be, and this is just a snapshot of one of the dashboards that we're beginning to create. Each of them will kind of have a dashboard with the various strategies that go up to their goal. And we'll begin to start working through that. I think one of the things that I heard from the board at the last meeting is, let's not make this so that it's so overwhelming that it takes us off track. So one of the things that we've done this year to level up and team up is we're working with an organization called Thrive to help us to align our strategic plan, our blueprint, and our portrait of a graduate so that we approach it from an integrated stance, not as 3 very separate plans and initiatives. So our cabinet team met in July for a full day offsite to begin to talk about that work, because we want to move each one at equal speed, equal urgency, and equal intensity. And so the way we're doing that is by aligning those 3 to one singular focus, so that if you read the blueprint, you're really reading aspects of our strat plan. If you read the strat plan, you're reading elements of our blueprint. If you're looking at the portrait for the graduate, you're reading elements of both our blueprint and our portrait. Okay. So I know that was a concern of the board, that we did not get overwhelmed with the strategic plan. This is how we're kind of making sure that it's manageable by aligning it to everything that we do. So in the next few minutes, I want to talk a little bit about what we have ahead. And by the way, I keep looking at my phone because my cabinet team has a way of telling me that I go over time that's been allotted to me. So I want to let them know that I'm going to be able to tell them the exact amount of time that I spent on my presentation. So what's on the horizon for education, and us included, is the fiscal cliff. And so Omira's going to talk a little bit about that, but as an organization, we are very aware that the cliff is not coming, it's here. So the one-time dollars that were pumped into the economy and into education and business during the COVID pandemic, those dollars are ending, and Omira will share with you some of the official end dates. And so what we're beginning to look at is, what were things that we brought on during that time that we need to reevaluate, or that we need to either change or get grant funding for. So for us, it really is the fiscal cliff is here. Chronic absenteeism is something that not only are we dealing with, but education in general is dealing with post-pandemic. You have to think, before the pandemic, there was a huge push to keep kids in school. And then the pandemic came and we kind of said, if your kid has a sniffle, stay at home. And Many of you remember, we were all raised, if you have a sniffle, go to school. And so that mindset has changed. And as parents are working from home more and doing remote working, vacations are now beginning to creep into school time. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at on the horizon. And I'll share a little bit more about that in a few. Vacancies and staff turnover continues to be something that's plaguing education as a whole, not just us. Declining enrollment across the state and local. And as I shared, while we are seeing an increase in certain parts of our enrollment, it's really because of the population that we serve. And so we're being very cautious to look at what enrollment looks like. Artificial intelligence is on the horizon for education, not only K-12, but also higher ed. And so we are, I'm very proud to say, we're at the forefront of that. And so that work really has been Dr. Gold's work, not only partnering with our K-12 partners, but also our higher ed partners, which is a huge leap for us as an organization. Shifting economy, as the economy tightens, as we see increase in minimum wage, the economy is beginning to shift. And so we're trying to look at ways to prepare for that, as well as educational shifts, the needs of students. How do you begin to move from being so SEL focused to an environment that is saying, okay, I do care about how the kids feel, but we got to get results. And so we're trying to balance all of that. And we're starting with some of those as an organization. So here's some things around the policy landscape. And again, I'm going to briefly touch a few of these, but Mr. Taylor will go deeper into a number of these areas. I almost feel like I'm the TV guy that tells you, but at 6, you're going to get the real news. But some of the things that we're looking at in terms of charter specific issues is there's been a lot of energy around non-classroom based. And so we have been dealing with some things with opponents calling for the non-classroom based to be excluded from the federal charter school grant process, as well as some saber rattling around the funding determinations. Analysis of past charter fraud and negative news coverage is all over the place. For those who have been kind of following FIGMAT, the Legislative Analyst Office has a report. They did a report, excuse me, on the funding determination that came out in February. CCAP did a fraud prevention report that came out in the midnight hour in April that kind of shocked the world. Like, what was this? The state controllers has a work group in San Diego that was authorized by the courts. That report was due in June, and we're waiting any day now for the court to give its ruling in terms of non-classroom based. And then locally here, we are being very cautious to watch the JLAC audit of Twin Rivers and Highlands. And again, that's unknown in terms of what that means and what's on the horizon for that. But these are all things that we're being very cautious to watch in the political landscape. Along with the political landscape comes the cost pressures. And one of the big cost pressures right now is minimum wage. Current state law calls for an annual inflation increase of minimum wage. Our current minimum wage is $16 per hour. It's higher in some localities, but employers must pay 2 times state minimum wage for employees, to qualify for exemption from overtime. And there is a ballot measure in November that could accelerate the minimum wage increase from the 16-hour that we're looking at to $18 per hour. And for some, this will be a potentially crippling cost implication. And this comes from our partners and friends at the Charter School Development Center, to cite my source. What that means for us is in our budget, Omira has worked very hard to, in our out years, track this kind of math here because we knew that minimum wage was going to increase by these kind of markers, 1650, 1680, 1720, and 1760. So when she built out the multi-year projections, these were the numbers that we kind of use for those minimum wage jobs. If the ballot measure passes, this is the escalation that we will experience. So you see it's a significant, as you look at the annual cost, it's significantly higher than what we have budgeted for in the out years. Later on in Elmira's presentation, she'll share with you what that means for us as an organization and the ongoing conversations that we as a board and governance team will need to have regarding it. And then chronic absenteeism, you'll get a much more detail with our data from Assistant Superintendent Takoy on this. But chronic absenteeism is something that we are looking at. We understand and we know that when you decrease chronic absenteeism, you actually increase academic performance. And so we're looking for ways to begin to serve our students and our families by first looking at the root cause. What causes this? What causes chronic absenteeism? It may be health issues, it may be family challenges, family commitments and travel, the school environment. It may be other factors such as lack of resources and housing instability. And so we want to take a very data-driven approach, which again, you'll get kind of some of our data and what we've already started doing to see increase and impact within our chronic absenteeism. For us, it's really about these key strategies. We're working on early identification and intervention at both the site level and from our CMO level with our assistant SUPs. We are looking at community and family engagement through our community engagement department, as well as now our community schools grant to be able to even do some home visits and case management. We're looking at creating a positive school culture through our Capturing Kids' Hearts after school programs. And then always looking at ways that we can support and provide incentives through our school sites as well as the GCC to recognize that attendance is important. If you watch my beginning of the year video that was sent to the parents and all the staff, one of my key messages was, get your kids in school. And so that's going to be something as we move into September, which is school attendance month. We're going to be looking at ways to communicate directly with our parents to say why attendance is important and why it matters. And so I just want you to know that that's some of the work that we're doing. And as everything, we're doing things through tiers. Feels a little bit like MTSS. All right. So our priorities, again, remain to be learning, leadership, equity, well-being, opportunities, and engagement. Our administrators are very happy that we are not changing those priorities this year,
Yeah.
but really being consistent and going deeper in the work that we're doing with our priorities. Some of our key strategies for learning. Again, we continue to really highlight the Portrait of a Graduate this year. Our work around MTSS, it will be aligned with all of our other initiatives. It's what we do and it's who we are. Our ELD strategies, our behavior and culture, SEL will continue to be important. Equity, access for all. We are not abandoning that, but we're integrating it so that it's all connected. And then our community schools grant, as well as our college and career readiness and working with our dual enrollment. So I want to get ready as I move to this last part is just kind of talk a little bit about clarity across the organization. One of the main things this year or last year that we learned is figuring out how do we kind of create clarity as an organization. And so one of the things that I've been really pushing is very clearly defined roles and responsibilities. At the same time, having this thought of one stop. In other words, myself, principals, community, we should be able to go to one staff member and get the answer that's necessary. So how do we create a system that builds around that? So what you'll see here is the org chart, and they're in your binders for your ability to keep. In terms of this structure, these are all the direct reports that report to the superintendent's office right now. And those are the primary areas of responsibilities that kind of fall within the superintendent CEO's job. Our Chief of Staff and Strategy, Mr. Taylor, oversees our Director of Human Resources, as well as our communication specialist. And then he also oversees the data and accountability team. His role really centers around the coordination and management of priorities, our strat plan, our governmental relations, He's already been working with our principals on getting them involved beyond the GCC and to some of our community groups, thus the external relations. Legal charter renewal, he'll share about that a little bit later. We're in the midst of our 5 charter renewals, and 2 of those have already been submitted, and we're going through that process, as well as our enrollment, school growth, and the UCP uniform complaint. Our assistant suit, this one is Ms. Joy Tatoy. She will oversee the director of academics, the special education director, and the, what is that one? Oh, and our school sites. So the school sites that Joy will oversee is COA Elementaries, COA Middle, Epic, GIS, HLA, CCCS, TK8. And so that's kind of her work with these responsibilities and primary duties. Our other assistant superintendent, Mr. Elliott, will oversee our director of college and career readiness, as well as the following school sites of CCCS and the 3 SABAs. And he's also taken on with our transition, the student services department. So each of our assistant soups have school sites, but they also have central office departments that branch under them. And then the work of how do we kind of do what we're doing? How do we implement? How do we teach? That's being led by our Chief Learning Officer, Dr. Gold, working with our MTSS, our instructional coaches, our teacher interns, also our expanded learning programs. How do we connect that work to what's happening in the day-to-day needs of our students? And then we'll be working with our community engagement department around some parent education classes to help parents know how they can best support their students at home. And then we have Omira, our CBO, who has our Director of Business Services. And she also this year is taking on the Director of Facilities and Operations. I will tell you that is something that is different and new, but is really something we always did. So Aaron Thornsberry, when he was here, he oversaw facilities. And then upon his departure, facilities came over to live under the deputy superintendent, or my role. But as Omira has kind of become more into her position, it makes sense that facility lives with the CBO. Because so much of what happens in facilities is driven by what happens with finances. And what we were learning is that as facilities was escalating projects, it wasn't lining up with what fiscal needed. And so to create that one stop, facilities lives with the CBO who can say, yes, we have the money for that, or no, we don't. So really, it was a way to strategically say, that's a way for us to bring that house in.
Okay.
Yes.
You have the organization charts, but you didn't put any names. Did you do that intentionally? So
I did, but we will provide you the one with the names.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So back to you. And with that being said, that is the state of the organization. I'll answer you any questions you may have. Yes, Mr. Turner.
Yes, it's impressive. I really want to thank you. And you did it in a short period of time. I don't know. I appreciate it. Maybe your staff does not. I can't tell you how happy I am. And it's, just because I've raised it a number of times, dealing with the issue of chronic absenteeism. It's a win-win for all. The students need to be in the seats, they need to be in the classroom, or they need to be in the program they're in if it's an independent study program. It's certainly a win for the GCC because we need their resources to support the program that we offer to the parents. And I think your point is really made. We need to get that message out to the parents. You want quality education? That's great, but we need you to be part of the team to get your student here, because that's how we offer that quality education. And the other part is just on your organizational chart. I just, since you mentioned 21 years of existence, I marvel at the organization as it now stands. And I know it's dynamic and it's going to change, but I want to thank you for the clarity on the organizational chart. And I want to thank you on your ability to delegate. I see that in this organizational chart, and that will probably promote your longevity. Well, keep that in mind. All right, thank you.
He might promote his own, but they said, what about us?
Yeah, don't ask them
We
about
might have
delegation.
to-
They may give you a
We
different.
might-
Well, thank you, Director Turner. By the way, that was 32 minutes for cabinet's purposes.
For cabinet purposes. It must be yours, Matt.
Joe's got notes.
Any other?
Yes, Mr. Anderson.
Jason, I really appreciate this also, this aligning our strategic plan with our portrait of a graduate and our blueprint, because it can become very convoluted. And I'm glad that we're putting energy into linking those pieces together. So I just wanted to compliment everyone and the staff for pulling that together.
And I'd like to add one little thing to that. It's consistent. We're not changing year after year after year. So we settled on something and now we're gonna see it really take hold and move where we want it to move instead of changing. So thank
All right.
you.
Thank you, board. 35 minutes and 16 seconds to the team.
So you don't allow for Q&A in their 30 minutes?
Well, they say I take way more time than I'm ever. They said you give Jason 35 minutes, he takes an hour.
Well, that's because.
You got a lot to say.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. We'll keep nice. All right, so as I shared before, a lot of what I shared with you was just kind of the opener to kind of say this is where we are, and the rest of the team will kind of begin to fill in some of those areas deeper through our presentation. So the first one that we're going to do this morning will be our fiscal update. And again, Omara's going to kind of lead you through where we are, where we're going, and then also our enrollment over time. So with that being said, CBO. Did I give enough?
Yeah.
Did I do my job? All right.
Superintendent Sample, good morning. Good morning, President and Board Trustees. I'm gonna present. I'm so glad I'm the first thing in the morning where you guys are still awake and happy.
I'm
So
about happy.
we're gonna go ahead and get started. The agenda for today, I'm gonna go over the enacted budget, which was presented in July. We will go over one-time funding, enrollment trends over time, ADA projections over time, multi-year projections by site, and then just looking ahead. So I'll go ahead and get started with it. The economy. So in this July enacted budget, they talked about how the economy growth has been slow. From May, it was 1.6, and currently in July, it was 1.4. And they're predicting that it's going to be kind of restrained at a slow growth. Inflation has been persistent over the past year at around 3%. The stock market has peaked high levels, more than double since low point in March of 2020, which is unusual, but it is here. And California unemployment is 5.2, currently the second highest in the US. District of Columbia is the number one. And the cause of people leaving California has dominant reason cited as the housing market. But we're not surprised, right? So here are our three big taxes. So you have personal income tax, which is that first set of bars. The green is 24.25, orange is 23.24, and the blue is 22.23. So that gives you an illustration of where we are. Personal income tax revenues have been rising, and then corporate tax have been on the rebound. So we're starting to see that jump back up, which is good. And our sales use tax revenue predicted to grow. It's a change of about 4.8. That just gives you a good illustration. Although we are a charter that has increased in enrollment for the most part. I wanted you guys to see what the trend has been in California, which with families leaving, they take their children with them, which means less kids in California.
Yeah.
So-
We hope so.
So we start in 24-25 with the green bar, so it's the last section, so you can see it's been slowly declining. And the prediction is in the next, I don't know how many years are there, about 7 or 8 years, 10, there's actually 10 years there. We're gonna continue to see a decline.
Wow.
So we've seen an increase in immigrant population come in, and I think that that's why we're seeing inflation in our numbers. But I feel like we'll plateau, and eventually we're gonna start seeing our trend go down also. So I think it's just something to kind of keep in the back of our minds, as it's not impacting us currently, it doesn't mean it won't. Okay. Back to the big three taxes. One of the pieces that make up our taxes for personal income tax is Proposition 50, previously Proposition 30, that taxes are highest income earners. It makes up about 6.2 of the revenue in California, which is a big deal, right? And this is expiring in 2030. So you can see right here, Proposition, the last bullet, expires in 2030. And so most likely they're gonna want to extend these taxes. But until that time comes, we don't know potentially the outcome of that. Right, so this is just something to keep in mind again for future years. We're paying attention to see what happens next. Hopefully I'm still here in 2030. Now I'm gonna talk about Proposition 98. As all of you have heard, the politics around Proposition 98, the maneuver, the agreement, CTA, everybody's been involved, right? So I'm just gonna try to summarize what the agreement was. So the governor tried to figure out a way to not include the overpayment as base for the future years. And in order to ensure that LEAs were protected, CTA came in and worked on an agreement with the governor. So part of the agreement was that they would not exclude the overpayment. Certification of the minimum guarantee will now remain open when there's a tax extension. So this was all because the tax exemption closed. We were certified, overpaid, so they had to figure something out to protect both parties, right? The protection of LEAs allows the state to use the accrual method by recognizing the budget impact of the overpayment in the amount of the LCFF funding formula. This will avoid clawbacks or reduce future apportionments. So in this particular year, we were overpaid in 23-24. So they created something called a maintenance factor payment to pay back overpayments over the next 10 years. So now let's talk about 23-24. We would have normally been eligible for 106.8. They suspended the minimum guarantee. That dropped our revenues by 8.3 billion. So we're now funded at 98.5. But now there's a maintenance factor obligation based on this agreement of 8.3, which means that they, for 24-25, they made a payment of $4.1 billion against that obligation to us.
And that was into Prop 98, right?
That was Prop 98, yeah.
Piece of information.
Yes.
Prop 98, my sister Lois Tenson was standing up there with the governor signing off on Prop 98. She was president of California Teachers Association at that time.
Wow.
Just a bit of 98 information.
Really history.
Yeah, that's good.
The other thing for Prop 98 is that there was deferrals for June of 2024. We all, although got our apportionment, which means it was just on paper in the governor's office. And for this particular year, in June of 2025, 500 million will be deferred from June to July. So that's the latest information. And that comes up to less than 1% of our LCFF revenue. So it's not a huge impact in the current year based on the current data that we have. Now let's talk about the reserve. So part of the solution this year to ensure that they could fund us and pay back some of this money, they ended up draining basically the Proposition 98 reserve. You can see the green, that's what our balance was in 21-22. In 22-23, there was a little bit added to make up the 8.4. And in 23-24, we drained that out. So that's the orange. It's completely used. And then in 24-25, which is this current fiscal year, we will deposit another 1.1 billion into the Proposition 98 reserve. That's just an illustration. Proposition 98 minimum guarantee. This is the 8.3 that I was talking about of the overpayment. We are gonna get that back. So you can see in 24-25, that 4.1 is that payment. So you can see the burgundy says maintenance factor payment. So this is them paying back the overage or the overpayment that is still owed to us. Due to the suspension of Prop 98, the governor has the authority to decrease the Proposition 28, which is the arts and music, which is 1% of the LCFF. In this case, they decided not to take that authority and reduce it. They kept us intact at the 1% based on what they had already projected our apportionments to be. So for 23-24, we're receiving 928 million. And in 24-25, 907. Some of the programs that are receiving COLA in this category, we are on 4. We use 4 of these programs. So the Charter School Facility Grant Program, Child Nutrition, the Mandated Block Grant, and Special Education. Okay, now let's talk about programs. So for the mandated block grant, we are receiving a COLA of 1.07. We are getting also in addition to current rates, 25 million of one-time outside dollars to train educators to administer the required K-2 dyslexia screening that begins in 25-26. So that's going to begin next year. There's also intent language to provide ongoing funding to offset related costs. So we'll see how that comes up, and hopefully we continue to get funding for this particular assessment. For the expanded learning opportunity program, this one had no COLA this year. We have gotten clarification on spending deadlines. So for this past year, in June of 2024, we were supposed to spend the year's prior's full apportionment. So for 2023, our current year that just passed, we have till the end of next year, this fiscal year, to spend it. So you always have a 2-year window to spend these dollars. There's a new requirement that you have to declare that you intend to run this program yearly. And then starting in next year for the 25-26 year, ELOB may be used to support attendance recovery, which we'll talk about programs. So that's good.
Great.
Yes. The next program is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. There was a case settlement called the Kayla J settlement that requires us to do a needs assessment for spending from the 25-26 year through 27-28 to address chronic absenteeism, ELA, and math assessments. It must be evidence-based services and support. And supports and that also has to be included in our LCAP for the 25-26 through 27-28 years. The next program is the Equity Multiplier, and that does apply COLA of 1.07%. The eligibility to receive these funds is having a non-stability rate of 25% or higher, and prior year socioeconomic disadvantaged pupil rates of over 70%. Most of our sites meet that second requirement. The first requirement is a little bit harder for us to meet. We did have one school last year that received this funding. EPIC, Empowering Possibilities, received this funding. This also excludes non-classroom based charter schools. And it should be tied to LCAP goals also. And second page of programs. Universal transitional kindergarten implementation. So we have currently ratios of 12 to 1. So that's our current average ratios. After next year, it'll be 10 to 1. 25 TK students are also excluded from taking the LPAC assessment. So that's something that happened this year. And we are currently required to offer 4-year-olds who turn 5 from September 2nd to June 2nd. So this is 1 year before full implementation of this program. The next program is recess, and that starts this year. The requirement is 30 minutes on a regular day, 15 minutes on early release days. The exception would be field trips and all-day sponsored educational programs. Denial of recess only when there's an immediate threat. And then 6 through 12 are exempt if they are receiving physical education. Universal meals. The state continues to make this a priority. And so we are required to provide free breakfast and lunch to any student who requests it. Identified student percentage has changed from 40% to 25%. So this is the community eligibility provision. So now it takes less to be considered a community eligibility provision, which means we are classified as a low income, or all the kids receive free meals. I mean, we receive free meals regardless, but it's easier to report when you are classified as CEP. California Community School Partnership Program. The only change is that we now have clarification of the expenditure deadline, which was extended to June 30th of 2032. Our organization in total has received 11.4 million of this type of money. And we'll go over that in a little bit once I go over one-time money. But we do have several years to spend that through. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. Special education, 1.07 COLA. And the apportionment is $8.96, 89 cents per ADA. Attendance recovery program in 25-26, like I mentioned in the ELOP program, ELOP can be used. It should be an in-person program. There's a ratio requirement. Offering it is voluntary and optional. It will be audited. And it could be used before, after school, intersession, and on weekends. Offered at least once during each term, and it's a 10-day per school year maximum. Attendance and reporting will be requested separately. Therefore, it's not going to be part of our actual ADA. There's probably going to be an additional line in our reporting of ADA of this particular type of attendance. Okay. Now we are on to facility bond, AB 247. So this is an initiative that's on the November presidential election ballot. This facility bond is eliminating the 2 programs that were extended. I don't know if you guys recall, there was extensions on these funds, the school facility program and the TK and kinder facility grant program. So those are going to be eliminated if this passes. It's Proposition 2. And it gives us $10 billion in bonds. There is there's going to be a little bit of a portion to community colleges, but the rest is for us. It's actually 10 billion in total. 8.5 is for us and the rest is for community services. And there's 4 specific ways it could be used: new construction, modernization, career tech education, and then specifically for charter schools. I included a slide for you guys to see our program reporting and deadlines. Plans of reporting, we have to have a plan and probably reporting by December 15th of 2024. We also have other deadlines on the right-hand side, we have spent the first section, in-person instructional grant, that's been spent down, ELO grant, those two have spent all 6 of the following resources have been spent down. The kitchen infrastructure has been spent down by Twin Rivers, which is where we got our funding from. And we only have the 2 last categories left on this slide, just so you have a perspective of what's still out there. The learning recovery block grant, which is not on the list to your right, is expended deadline of June 2028. And our educator effectiveness, which we're about 90% through, is expiring June of 2026. The ELOP plan must be adopted by the board also at least every 3 years. And just other requirements on reporting for arts and the federal ESSER gear, homeless children, youth funds. Here's our school services start board. Yeah, for this year, we see our 1.07 COLA, and you can see the increase slightly in the future years. CSDC has recommended that we don't expect it to be higher than these numbers. They can be as low as 0% is what they recommended us to keep in mind, that these numbers will fluctuate. So just keep that in mind. The California Consumer Price Index is pretty stagnant around 3%. It looks like it's lowering in the future years. Our STRS cap is still at 19.1 all the way across the years. Unlike our PERS rates are increasing every year slightly, up through almost 30% in the 27-28 year. Unemployment is projected to stay at the 0.05%. I also want you to note that our California lottery numbers dropped from the prior year. So we had a big jump in the 23-24 year, but then they brought those back down in 24-25. So those are our assumptions for lottery numbers. Our mandated block grants numbers have increased by COLA. Here are our multi-year projections based on school services, and just looking at the current year for 24-25, you can see that we're not even getting enough COLA to cover our step and column, let alone inflation and special ed contribution that we have in our budget. Other things to consider are benefit health employer cap. We increase it or try to increase it every year to help support that burden on employees. Our PERS rate, and then minimum wage changes that are happening. And I know Jason touched on that. So Proposition 32 minimum wage is 18 per hour. Our exempt employees need to make double minimum wage. This will impact our teachers, and it will impact our salary schedules. Okay. This one-time resource, I provided this link last year. Can you click on the link? I don't think I can click on that link. So the first chart gives you the information on what we spent in the current year. Can you slide it over a little bit? Or yeah, you can make it.
They don't have this in front of them.
Can you scroll on to the totals?
To the right.
Yes, please. So that number was 14.1 million of one-time dollars that was spent. So these are our different programs up at the top. And then in 24-25, if you go to the next tab, you can see what we have available in current year. The 6332, that's the 11.4 million that I was just talking about that needs to be spent by 2032. And if you scroll down, you can see what's available as one-time funds. 25.2. But again, we got a lot of one-time money, a lot of CTIG, our CTE dollars, you can see the carb grant is 500. You have the golden pathways. There's a lot of different one-time funding in here. Okay. Thank you. Enrollment over time. We can see that again, we are at an all-time high. Breaking records every year on our enrollments projections. We have projected increases at COA due to the Cal Dudley C building we just toured. And making more capacity for the K through 4th grades over at the other campus. We had also an increase for Epic in current year to 420. That's an increase of 14 students. Their enrollment has been peaking since last year, and so we projected that to be up. Same with Sava TR campus or the North Market campus due to the expansion of the middle school and the opening of the other suite we just leased. And also, and that's GIS. So GIS also had a bump due to their expansion project that they have going on. So they've been trying to maximize their enrollment to ensure that they have the kids to put in the buildings once we have them up. I'm gonna go over ADA over time. This is a 4-year, actually it's 5 years, but 22, 23, 23, 24. Those are actual numbers. So 94.61, 93.5. I'm projecting we're gonna stay around the same. I'm hoping that number increases. With the attendance recovery and being able to use ELOC to recover some of those attendance numbers. So those could come up. We're hoping that they come up. But for now, I'm using historical numbers project. Now we'll go over on multi-year projections and where we're at with unrestricted and restricted. Just some highlights. Current enrollment as of 8/16 is at 600. Our adopted enrollment was at 690, which is a big discrepancy. But enrollment increases during the year. We're hoping that they reach their goal number. But if not, these numbers will be updated at first interim. They also had renovations of CTE classrooms, so they have that program up and running. You can see from your restricted expenditures and revenues that they're going down. So that's the loss of one-time money. This program receives CTE dollars as well as CSI dollars. So school improvement funds are yearly and it's based on eligibility. So we can't book those until we know for sure that they're being granted those dollars. So that's why you see those big drops. But as long as they get more restricted dollars, then there'll be more dollars to expend. And on the other end, on the unrestricted side, so you could see that there's only about a $780 swing up. So some of the expenditures over from the restricted side can be moved over, but not a whole lot. Right? There's more dropping than there is coming up. I will go into our SAVAs. So we have an increase in revenue on your unrestricted side of about 301,000. But you have a drop in your expenses in the restricted side of about 125,000. So again, you can see the drop even further in the 26-27 year, and that is because we're dropping one-time dollars. So you can see that even in the 25-26 year, the restricted dollars are negative 786. That's because we're still using one-time dollars that are rolling in the fund balance. Okay. This site had an enrollment increase of 37 in 24-25 due to projections that we're expecting for our new lease. For the 25-26, and 26-27 year respectively. We have about an 8 to 9 increase in each year because we're expecting enrollment to grow based on the new building that they leased. For Salvasac City, the enrollment as of today is 622. Our adopted enrollment was at 685. Again, this is a site that enrollment increases during the year based on the nature of the type of school we have. Middle school and CTE space completed as of last year. Site continues to maximize CTE dollars. You see a drop in expenditures in the restricted side of about 982,000 and an increase in expenditures of only 389. The Salvas are very dependent on our CTE dollars and restricted dollars that we get to fund a lot of the programs that we have. So Ashley's always looking for dollars to be able to fund our expenditures. Again, with Salva Elk Grove, enrollment as of 8/16 was 311. Our adopted enrollment number was 361. Expected enrollment to increase during the year. Site is focusing on increasing middle school enrollment. So our restricted site expenditures are going down by 471 or 472,000, and it's only increasing 396. So there's a discrepancy there also. And for COA, enrollment was at 1879 as of 8/16. Our adopted number was at 1851, so they've already exceeded their adopted number
Finally,
by about 25 or so kids. 23-24 on your unrestricted side of the house included the 4 million to cover the WC expansion work. So that drops off, but you also have new expenditures with the increase of teacher, custodial, and everything else that comes with a new building. For the 24-25 year, WC will be looking into getting a playground. And then ELOC funds will be used for some of the capital improvements, like, you know, anything with the gym, anything where after school program will be ran. On your unrestricted side, you have a drop of about 500,000, but an increase in expenditures of about 1.5 because this site increased. At adopted, we increased it by 54 students. It's actually 75 or so, probably 80 at this point more in kids from the prior year's enrollment. And every year we're adding about 25 more. For the 25, 26, and 26, 27 year. We're on to Futures High. Enrollment as of 8/16 is 459. Adopted enrollment was at 470. So we're a little over, so that will be adjusted most likely at first interim. Plans for possible expansion and classroom spaces, so they've asked us to look into that. Temporary portables for classroom space are being considered at this time for the site. You have a decrease in expenditures of 886 on the restricted side of the house from 24-25 to 25-26. And you have an increase of 1.2 million in expenditures in the 25-26 years unrestricted. So they have funds to kind of keep them afloat. This is one of the only sites that we don't anticipate any heavy cuts. For HLA, which share campus with Futures, enrollment is at 817. Our adopted number was 520. As well as Futures, there's plans for possible expansion, additional bathroom, classroom spaces. And this particular fund receives ELOC funds. So if we do facility projects that will also benefit ELOC students, then we can multi-fund that activity or that expense. Our expenses are going up by 53,000 on a restricted side. That has to do with ELOC carryover. So you can see that in the 26-27 year, it actually drops. So that's just using up our ELOC dollars. And then in our unrestricted side of the house, we also see an increase of 297,000 in expenditures. For Gateway International or GIS, our enrollment as of 8/16 is 615. Our adopted number is 620. We are continually working on the portable and field renovation project with San Juan. We've already paid them $2 million at the beginning of the project, so they can get started on the work. ELOC will also be used for some of these improvements like the field, any activity that the students will also, be benefiting from. You see our expenses for the restricted side going down by 1 million. You see that in our unrestricted side of the house, it also is going down by 1.7, and that is because you have that $2 million plug in that 23-24 year in unrestricted, right? Because we paid that out. So that drops off. For EPIC, for Empowering Possibilities, our enrollment currently as of 8/16 is 429. Our adopted number was 420. So again, this is a site that has already more enrollment than what we had predicted at adopted. They do have a new suite downstairs, and it's currently an expansion used for ELOC. Bathroom outside is being reviewed and built. We're looking into building a bathroom outside for the playground. Our expenditures have dropped on the restricted side by 1.2 million. And going up in the unrestricted side by 361,000. EPIC had an increase in enrollment from 23-24 to 24-25 of about 14 kids. And they're already exceeding that by another 9 students on top of that. Just looking ahead, we're gonna continue to watch Proposition 30/55 to see what will happen. Are they gonna extend those tax dollars? How is that gonna impact us? Also, the presidential election, it's always a volatile year with elections happening. Geopolitical events such as the wars going around with our neighbors. And rainy day funds being depleted, and what will be done in another crisis if we don't have that replenished. So that is the end of my presentation. I will entertain any questions.
Yes. Mr. Jack?
Yes, it's impressive. I have to congratulate you. I marvel at how much I learn every time we go through these budget presentation things that you think you know an organization. So thank you very well. Thank your staff too. The information on enrollment statewide is really frightening on
Yes.
the longevity issue, and I think that's kind of a theme maybe we want to talk about throughout the day. When we start talking about strategic planning and so forth, those are numbers that we're going to have a hard time. You can't deny them. They're there, and we're certainly going to be impacted by them. I marvel at how astute Governor Newsom was. He so candidly has kicked the problem of clawback to the future governor. That's not going to go away.
Yeah.
As you and I know, because of declining enrollment statewide, and this includes higher education, community colleges, the state is overfunding all of these, everything. And there's a point where they're going to have to start trying to get to fiscal reality, but that's a whole other topic and so forth. A question on all the grants, the grants that you have here. That we've been around a long time. I remember Jerry Brown said he wanted to get away with all these little grants and we didn't have to deal with them anymore. And are you responsible? Because you know how many students have to be in there, at what point you have 12 students, 10 students, and so on? Are you responsible for all of that?
It's a joint effort with our cabinet team, so I know our data team keeps a spreadsheet of how many students, we have per teacher. Ms. Joy Takoy keeps track of that also, since she, oversees the elementary school, and obviously I'd be asking for that at audit to making sure that we're compliant.
Because you and I know, if I were an auditor coming in, that would be the first thing I would zero in on, because you have to have 12 or 10 students, and then it goes to 12.
It
You
is-
only have 11.
It is part of our audit guide.
Yeah, and they know exactly where to zero in so they can get some exception. So anyway, good luck on the block grant. Speaking of all those grants, I think I may be the only one holding up in here to remember. Any of you remember the Jess Unruh Reading Act
Oh, yeah,
going back?
yeah.
Well, they
Yes,
talked
sir.
about training teachers for students that have problems with reading and so
Yeah.
forth. I just marvel how things cycle back.
Yes, it does.
And poor old Jess Unruh, who knows, I think he's long gone, yes. Again, by the way, I like the update on Futures High School. The numbers did pick up significantly, and it was a little bit of a shock to look at it when they first came out, and some of the numbers that we had there. Again, I would just recommend, I pass this on as to the superintendent, that the issue of enrollment and so forth is going to be one of our major issues to talk about. By the way, thank you again.
You're welcome.
I want to piggyback on that from Jack. One of the things that we did at Del Paso Elementary years ago, we had a lot of chronic absentee. We hired a person from the community that went to the houses and visited the houses, talked to the parents. I think that's something we should look at. That we're gonna get the kids to come to school. You talk to him, he was like a behaviorist specialist, that went over. So I don't know if we want to do that or not, but that's something we can
You
look
know, I think that's what we said with the community grant, that,
So Mr. Elliott can kind of share a little bit about.
yeah.
Yeah, with that community schools grant, we're gonna provide numerous resources, like physical resources for students that may be in need, but also support resources for families to make sure they have their basic needs met, because we know if those basic needs are not met, they're not gonna show up ready at school. And the whole purpose behind that community schools grant is to make sure that for every one of our 6,000 students, we have ways to meet the needs that they have at home and outside of school. So that when they walk through our doors, we're ready to go and they're ready to learn.
One of the most interesting things that I have seen on television recently, they're putting washing machines in schools for kids who don't have access to washing their clothes and what have you, to make sure they can continue to come to school. That really kind of my interest to see how that was gonna work. Will you finish?
Yeah,
One of the things I want to go back to, you talked about the universal lunch and breakfast. So every school will have to have breakfast and lunch, whether students are there to want it or not. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we currently do serve all our students, even if it's on a like a vended contract. Some of our SAVAs have contracts, Sac City and Elk Grove with Elk Grove Unified. We have SAVA Twin Rivers receiving meals from Twin Rivers. So all of our sites receive meals either from Twin Rivers, SAVA, Elk Grove, or Epic that receives for the vendor.
And they all three now free meal.
That's correct.
peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Well, that's food. Yes,
I mean, that's what.
yes.
Talk a little bit about the facility fund. Is that, I assume that's going to be more like school district bond in terms of the payment would be out of the separate tax or general fund or whatever.
Yes, I believe that they will be a facility bond, so it'll probably, I don't think it'll be unrestricted, it'll probably be some facility fund dollars that are coming through.
We'll be
You know,
looking for
there's
some.
a matching required on that or.
I I'm not sure of those details. Do you know?
We've heard some that there's some of a matching requirement depending on the size of the schools. They've not been very clear on charter schools. So they basically just carved out 600 million and said, charter schools, that's yours. And they're not clear how that's gonna be distributed. But it's like they wanted to say charters are part of this because they knew if they didn't include charters, it would probably get voted down. So they needed to include charter schools. So they have not yet released how that charter school grant will go. But for the school districts, there'll be different criteria based on the size of the school district. So some of the smalls won't have a matching requirement. So we're wondering if maybe the charters won't have a matching requirement this year.
And I think once it passes, more details
Yeah.
will come out on exactly how that will roll out, how that will happen.
But it's 600 million statewide for 1,300 charter schools. So it's not
Yeah, but we've been pretty good at.
Yep.
Snagging more than our
share. Yeah.
share.
Yeah.
And we're hopeful that the modernization money will be able to use for our district-owned facilities. The modernization money could potentially be used for some of those because they could spend it on their facilities. So that wouldn't come out of the charter school pot. That would come out of the district pot.
With all these new bond measures, that's why they're running people out of California.
There may be some relationship there.
You know, you go to buy a new house, they got something called Melrose tax. You know, they got all these different taxes. They're sending people's. I don't know.
Jack, did you have?
I really am not familiar with the attendance recovery program. Can somebody give me an overview? of
I
what
can
that
speak
is?
a little bit about it. So they have a couple of them, but this one in particular will have ratio requirements, so number of students per teacher. They haven't given exact details yet, but they have said that there'll be ratio requirements. Ages can be offered before school, after school, intercession. The student has to want to participate in it, so it's volunteer, it's optional. They have to come into an agreement, kind of like an independent study agreement, and then they would be provided the services equivalent to what they would have in a classroom. And then attendance would be tracked, and it's all the little details and guidelines on how that's gonna come out hasn't. They still have a year to kind of give us those details, so.
And it's
I'm
also-
sure at every budget, there'll be more details.
Yeah, to add a little bit of additional context, it'll be an hour for hour recovery. So where for a student can stay in the after school program for an hour and get math tutoring, that hour, as long as it's taught by a credentialed teacher, we could say counts towards an hour of missed school. So they can recover up to 10 days. So every student can recover up to 10 days of missed learning with that hour by hour. So you could say, hey, you missed last Monday, you come to after school every day for 5 days. Hey, now you got your recovery and we can claim the ADA for that.
Okay.
It has to be taught by a credentialed teacher and there's class size ratios as Amira was saying. And we're unsure if it will affect chronic absenteeism. That's the unknown right now. So some of these attendance recovery programs, you don't get credit for counting that as an absence recovery on our chronic absenteeism stats. Sometimes they will count. So that's an unknown right now, whether the state's gonna allow us to truly count the kid as recovering his missed day or just we get more money.
And I think it's gonna be recorded separately. It'll probably be, like I mentioned, an additional line on the attendance requirement or the attendance reporting. They will be tracking these numbers to see how many people are using it and how is that impacting chronic absenteeism.
It should be a substantial amount of money.
I did think of one other, I was thinking that you had projected a number under 6,000 this year for our growth for the total year. So essentially, you're saying we will probably meet the attendance of, the attendance of last year. I think 58 or 59. It appears it's zero growth for this year. Is that what you're projecting?
The projection is still about 100 students more, about 125 students more in ADA than last year.
Okay.
So I think that's, let me see what
Well, you-
study that was. this one. So you can see that in 23-24 we're 577, but 5,850 in enrollment. So the enrollment has increased and so has the ADA, about the same, because your ADA to enrollment numbers are the same,
And,
pretty much.
and Director Turner, oftentimes when we do a little bit of this mapping, especially in the Motier, we're very, and Omira can share more about this, we're very conservative with our numbers for budgeting purposes. So do you want to share?
You know,
Yeah.
Jason, I wish we had a way, you came up with a number of 6,700 for every person who walked through our lobby. But I wish we had a way of collecting ADA on that. It sounds like that.
Yes.
Anyway, but if you're creative, maybe you can think of a way to do that.
Let's be accurate.
Yeah, we really look at the points on seabeds.
Yes.
Pre-enrollment numbers, what the site thinks that they will have at the beginning of the year, and then we usually go on the conservative side. We never give the site as many as they think that they'll have, because sometimes those numbers don't materialize, and we want to be really realistic on where we think they'll be, and also taking into account that we're a school of choice, that we have kids exiting, and that we have to have the same amount of kids entering in order to stay around the same numbers.
Conservative, careful.
Yes.
Yeah. Bruce.
But to Jack's point, we actually do collect for every one of those 6,000.
Oh, you do?
For every day they're actually in class somewhere, which is what we're talking about. These aren't just people that wander through. They enroll, maybe they come in for a month and then they're gone. We get credit for that month.
Whatever percentage it is.
Well, thank you so much. Job well done. Great information. Thank you. So very, very much.
All right, thank you, Omira, great presentation, and again, want to affirm Omira and her team. So we're gonna continue moving, and we're gonna move into our first day, first week of school, summer school program updates. And so, Assistant Superintendent Jacoy is gonna go ahead and bring us to this next point.
Thank you, Superintendent Sample.
News needs to advance.
I get to talk to you about some things that
I know what happened.
are a little bit more fun than numbers.
Yeah.
I get to talk to you about our students and our staff. So I will be sharing with you today an overview of our summer programs and the successful start we had to this school year. But before I do that, let me just introduce our new Director of Academics, Ms. Ashley Cowell. She's here today, and I just want to congratulate her on her promotion. But I also want to affirm her for all of her support in getting our school sites ready for the first day. She supports summer school, she supports first day, Aries, rollover, and not forgetting the team she works with, our data and accountability department, Director Adam Bavea, our coordinator, Sean Dean, and Rohan Murty. Right. So we really appreciate the team that supports us for summer school and for the start of the school year. So we're going to start with summer school. So we really try to engage as many students as we can during the summer to keep them busy, to keep them learning, to keep them enrolled in our schools for the next school year. So this summer, we successfully served 1,591 students during our 7 weeks of our summer intercession. And this marked an increase of 300 students compared to last year. And this growth does reflect our commitment to providing valuable educational opportunities, even during the summer break. Of those students, 525 students were in high school. They actively participated in summer school, earning collectively 2,730 credits toward graduation. This is a significant improvement of over 200 credits from the previous year. And it's an average of 5 credits per student, per high school student, meaning one class of one semester for them. Superintendent Sample mentioned earlier that we had 40 internships across GCC sites. Some of those worked for us as well within GCC. We had our own intern we hired. And Saba had 21 students who completed a full internships, giving them real world experience. And it led to 4 of these students being offered full-time jobs with the businesses that they were working with. Am I being timed as well? So it's timed. Time's up. Okay. So our internships are really successful in bridging the gap between their students' educational career and their future employment careers. And this is a picture of our CCCS students taking a summer guitar class at the SAC Youth Center. SAC Youth Center operated pretty much all 7 weeks of the summer break. We continue to use programs and tools that we offer during the school year, during the summer, so that they can have a continuation of learning and hopes to close the achievement gap for our students. We extended iReady personalized learning into the summer. It's an impactful program that is individualized per student in reading and in math. And this approach ensures that they develop their skills and they could use iReady whether they were in person at a GCC summer school program or they were at home. So some of those successful metrics for iReady reading are here by school where these are the schools who really used iReady during the summer. For iReady reading, we completed lessons, are 2,286 reading lessons completed for these students. That's a lot of reading lessons. Personalized, individualized for those students. And for iReady Math, we're excited. Our math lessons completed this year actually surpassed our reading, which is opposite from what it was last year. So our students completed and passed almost 2,800 lessons in math this year. Math is a big emphasis for us for education. So we were very excited to see that increase. In math, from that number, that's 1,381 lessons more this year than they passed in math last year. So you can see our staff is also doing a better job of motivating our students to complete these lessons on iReady during the summertime. We continue to level up our services. We love those special pots of money. One of those, including ESSER summer grant that we applied for and we expended this summer. We had 280,000 across our 4 TKA seat-based sites that receive ELOP money, 100,000 for COA, 60,000 for the other 3 sites. And in our programs, we offer inclusive programs. We don't turn anybody away from summer school. And if they have special needs or services, we provide those to them to make sure that all students have access to our programs, that we are inclusive. And this year we offered some of our sites opportunity for incoming TK students and kindergarten students to come to school, see their surrounding and prepare them for a successful start to their school career. We again had our summer school coordinator, Ms. Gloria Chacon, who is a counselor at SAHA, provided a nurse and behavior support across our sites. And some of our sites added more teacher hours and supports for tutoring their students. This is the first year that COA Middle School operated independently of COA Elementary School. They had their own summer school program at their own site. Normally they combine and keep all students at COA Elementary. And of course, for our TK8 sites, they offered 9-hour programs, at least 9 hours of a program on their sites through the summer, providing summer meals and snacks. We partnered with multiple community organizations to help make the 9-hour day possible. Both EPIC and HLA partnered with YMCA, and GIS partnered with Mission Oaks and Arnold Manor Parks and Rec. Last year, you asked for some surveys, responses about how is our community responding and receiving our summer programs. So we sent out surveys this year. And from those surveys, 96% of the respondents were very satisfied or satisfied with our summer programs. And 92% said they received support in reading and math for their child over the summer. So that's exciting. They like what we're offering. And you can also see that because more and more are signing up every year for summer programs. In July, while summer school was still operating, GCC brought back our school administrators this year. This year, we decided to stay in town, here in this, our favorite spot in the building, in this room. Right? And we had a little bit of a different format. This year it was 1.5 days, so 1/2 day and 1 full day of learning together and setting our priorities for the school year. This year, we have 2 directors, 13 principals, and 17 vice principals. And this is this lovely group.
17 VPs.
17 vice principals
Wow.
across our sites.
Oh.
So we have grown in our admin leadership team. 32 site leaders in this group. Of course, we also had the administrators here at GCC join us for this group. So our retreat started out with an amazing race activity that was amazing, that Dr. Gold organized for our sites. It quizzed our leaders on general trivia and also quizzed them on GCC history as well. We all learned a little bit more about GCC through that event. What we thought was true might not have been true. But this was a fun activity that the administrators actually loved so much that they replicated on their site with their own staff. Superintendent Sample presented his state of the GCC, and other topics included a success audit, which was linked to our strategic plan, and that portion of high quality programs that we're trying to create. We looked at what success indicators are evidence in a high quality program, and how do we currently measure up? How do we measure up as an organization? And how does each site measure up on its own? And then based upon that, what are the next steps for GCC and for each site? That was our success audit with the team. We looked at school learning plans, trends in education, portrait of a GCC graduate, and artificial intelligence. Administrators expressed appreciation for the pacing, order, and balance of topics at the retreat this year, and they enjoyed strategic interaction with leaders from other sites. They felt like the format this year valued their time, but they really want more time to plan with their teams. So this is why we kept it shorter this year, to allow them more time back on their own campus to plan with their sites. So we did do a follow-up survey with our administrators as well. So before I move on, I just want to affirm this team of administrators here. They really have done an amazing job this year preparing for the start of the year. Of course, they support summer school even when they're off calendar. And even during the summertime, they're doing interviews and they're preparing their sites for returning back successfully, many of them on their off days, and supporting teacher onboarding and training. So I want to affirm every principal, vice principal for their hard work and dedication, and acknowledge that without them, our schools don't function.
Ms. Joy,
Yes,
did
ma'am.
we have quite a few of the site level administrators dealing with summer school, working summer school, or?
Yes, ma'am, we did. Mostly it was vice principals
Okay,
who covered, with the administrator in charge of the summer school.
okay.
And during summer school, some of them share. One administrator will do the June block of time for summer school, and another administrator will do the July block of time, so that they still have some time off.
Great, great.
And some sites bring in an instructional coach or a teacher in charge that they train to be the administrator of the summer. So moving into the first day, the first week of school, I'm so excited to say that for the first time since the onset of COVID, we began our school year with all classrooms fully covered by either a permanent hire or substitute. This is a tremendous relief for our administrators in starting the school year successfully. It's a significant milestone since COVID. And it really helped stabilize and strengthen our workforce, but it means that no administrator or instructional coach had to step in and cover classes on day one. That's a big deal for them. And I want to give credit to the site admin for their efforts in hiring, but also to our GCC Human Resources team, who worked tirelessly through the summer to make this happen, organize interviews, follow-ups, signings, substitutes, They've been very instrumental. And this year we added a new onboarding week in July, organized by Dr. Gold, the HR department, and the professional learning coaches, which set a strong foundation for the start of our school year. It really helped to integrate our new staff and set them up for success on day one. And then looking at facilities, this is a huge part of starting off our school year strong, right? You just toured Dudley. I can't tell you the countless hours that went into work that went into making that building happen and open on the first day. So I just want to affirm our facilities department, not just for Dudley C, but for their work in supporting all of our schools to be open and ready on day one. Epic is very excited to have their downstairs suite. Yes, part of the expanded learning program is there, but so is the parent liaison. It's a space for parents to meet and have workshops, and it will eventually be their new inquiry center at Epic. And CCCS is excited to have their CT classrooms finished, where they house their culinary, medical assistant, and their animal science programs this year. And our favorite topic, enrollment. I actually do love enrollment and projected enrollment and all of this. But every year we closely monitor the enrollment on day one, how many students are in their seats that day. Then we look at the first Friday, then we look at the second Friday. So these numbers will differ a bit from what Elmira showed you. She showed you the second Friday. This I'm sharing about just the first week of school. But we are working from our end to support increasing our enrollment and pulling our students off the wait list now in hopes that we meet that budgeted target for CBEDS by October 4th. So if we have students on wait lists, students don't show up, we contact them and we tell them, you have an offer for your placement, or you didn't show up, do you plan on coming? They have 3 days to respond. If they respond and say they're coming, they now have 7 days till they have to be in the seat. So it takes a little bit of time from the first day for us to pull from our wait list and fill these open spots for our students. And so with that, I just want to say thank you to our superintendent and to the board for your support in helping get our summer school and our first week of school off to a great start and welcoming our students back to campus. I just want to, highlight that one of our schools was on the news on the first day of school, and Superintendent Sample was on the news, where it is common for European schools to have an official bell ringing ceremony to open the start of school. So GIS was on the news for that. And so it was really exciting to be able to celebrate our schools publicly like that. So with that, if you have any questions, that's our report about summer school and our first day back.
Joy, thank you very, very much. It was impressive on the growth in summer school. What do you attribute that to?
I really do attribute it to the 9-hour day. This is something that we're making students want to come. It's not just sit in school and learn 9 hours. We're doing field trips now, right? This was kind of the first summer that GCC is processing field trips all year.
Oh, okay.
Last year, YMCA did field trips on their own for Epic. This year, we're doing field trips for all of our, we did field trips for all of our schools who requested it.
So it's a
We're
good
processing.
good marketing.
Absolutely, right? Because parents want their kids to do fun things during the summer and they have to keep working. So this is a great opportunity. Bring your kid here. You can learn at the same time and we're providing fun activities for you and food. Yes.
Just an aside, the pre-K student population and coming to summer school, they're awfully young.
And not always potty trained.
Really?
Yes. And technically, even our students enrolled right now in TK are not always potty trained, and we cannot turn them away for that reason. So we are working to support our staff with training and whatever they need to make sure we provide access for these students. There's a lot of crying, but it's easier to have them experience that in smaller groups in summer school than on the very first day with all parents staring and present, right? So the more we can get involved in summer school and experience that first day, the better for the students and the staff. Mark.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jen.
I appreciate the fact that you actually solicited feedback on the effectiveness of summer school. Did you also get any anecdotal comments about like what we'd like to see in the future or anything like that?
We did. They would like more field trips. More field trips. Some of them did have a little bit of operation suggestions, like more people at the front desk, because we're not able to, we have a lot less staff during summer school. So I think the feedback was have more support staff in the office for parents, more communication to the parents about those field trips and about special events. So yes, there is still some room for growth.
Thank you.
My question is, who picked out and designed these shirts?
Picked out and designed
The shirts on the,
The leadership.
the shirts, all those baseball shirts. I think we have to give credit for the Gateway baseball shirts to our superintendent sample. Am I correct?
look like some of the Cowboys.
That's where you go.
Blue and white cowboy colors.
Let's stay focused.
I'm impressed with them.
Some of us didn't wear them all day.
Because we had on events. Back to school events. Look, they're cute.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Joy. Thank you for your hard work and this report.
Okay, so we have one more report before we break for lunch,
Okay.
and so I'm gonna ask Assistant Superintendent Elliott if he would come.
Alrighty.
And then after that, the board will take a recess.
Okay. Good enough.
All right, thank you. Good morning, board. It's great to see everyone today.
Good.
This morning, I am going to walk through an Ed Services update. And the beginning of this update is going to cover specific legislation that was very important for our principals to know about, learn about, and make sure they implement new rules properly going into the school year. And I'll start by saying at our July retreat, that was one of the pieces that we did as a whole team for Matt Taylor for walking through in his legislative update in detail what these requirements say, what implementation looks like at the school. So please know as I go through them, all of our administrators understand the new rules, are implementing effectively, and then Joy and myself as assistant superintendents are responsible for ensuring that the principals are complying with the new legislation. First off, AB 291, this was a new law around recess. It's for specifically K-8 schools. One side note on this, if it's a 6-8 middle school, like COA middle school that has PE as a class, they don't necessarily have to have the extra recess time. So know that for middle schools only, there's a little carve out. But mandatory recess, this law requires that all public schools, including charters, provide at least 30 minutes of recess every instructional day. And if it is an early release day, a minimum of 15 minutes is required for recess. It should go without saying, but they put it in legislation. Outdoor requirement, if the weather is good, if there's no air quality issues, kids need to be outside. Give them some sunshine, let them be outside, let them play, let them have fun, refresh before they come back into the classroom. And recess is also a right. We should not use recess as a punishment for students. They need that outlet. They need to be outside with their friends. They'll actually most likely behave better in class if they get out and get that energy used out on the playground. So we don't use recess as a punishment unless it's a safety issue for that actual student or other students in the class. Gender identification changes. This came with AB 1955. This is another very important one. It specifically states that charter schools shall not be required to disclose any information related to a pupil's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression to another person without the pupil's consent. And the governing board of the charter school shall not enact or enforce any policy that would require an employee or contractor to disclose any information related to a pupil's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Really, as they say, moving forward, if there's a current policy that conflicts with this law, it's null and void. And as a board, we can't make any new policies or regulations that would go against what this legislation states. And the school district and charter school may not retaliate against any employee who supports a student in the exercise of this right to maintain that confidentiality on their gender expression or identification. Moving on to curriculum adoption rules. Again, pretty straightforward here. This is AB 1078. School boards are prohibited from banning textbooks or instructional materials that include diverse perspectives based on race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and other protected characteristics. And instructional materials must not subject students to unlawful discrimination. We have a curriculum approval process, and again, at the GCC level and school site level, we're ensuring that we are compliant with this new policy. Independent study changes, very, very small minor details here, but we wanted to make sure to share them. Previously, short-term independent study was defined as 14 or fewer days of independent study for a student. They bumped that up, so it's now 3 full weeks, 15 days or fewer is considered short-term independent study. And then another minor change with that independent study contract, the master agreement. Previously, we had 10 days from the commencement of the enrollment in independent study to have all the paperwork signed. Now we have the entire school year to get it signed, but it is our responsibility to do our due diligence and make sure we do everything we can to have it signed upfront. We want to make sure expectations with the family, with the student are clear. And you just know that our policy is we're going to get this done as soon as possible. We're not looking to wait till the middle of the school year to get our paperwork signed. Those are the 4 legislative updates. Before I jump to more of a typical Ed Services update, any questions? Yes.
Maureen, I never knew that recess was an option. I thought recess happened in all.
We've always done it, and I defer to Joy, but I think we were already meeting this requirement prior to this legislation.
Well, and it was common practice that some teacher would use it if they don't do the homework or.
Oh, really?
That they would deny a portion or all of the recess.
It has been a standard practice
Yeah.
for years and years, even for the 15 years I was a principal. You know, a teacher could say, you did this, you acted out, you don't go out for recess today.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was used as a reprimand.
Oh.
And as principals, we acquiesced to it, we let them do it because it wasn't in the law. You could do it at that point. As long as you had recess on the books, then you could take a recess away. So this is absolutely new material. Where it said you will not.
Yes, Mr.
I
Clark.
was saying that, you should add heat illness to the quality of the recess and stuff, because it was really hot this summer.
Yep.
Hottest as ever been.
Right.
And so, you know, that's something, I had to take a course on BDL and how you work that out, so.
Yes, and we have heat illness policies. That's part of the student services department. And when it's going to be hot, there are emails that go out from GCC to the school sites with guidance on how to handle extreme heat days. And of course, if we need to, we are allowed to bring students inside for those types of days. Okay, moving on. Chronic absenteeism. This is a point that we have been talking about for many years. It was already addressed today. And I get the privilege of sharing a huge win across the GCC. Last year, and this is unofficial data right now. This is internal data from Aries Analytics that our data department ran. This is not on the dashboard yet. But when we run our internal numbers, our chronic absenteeism rate dropped over 11% this year, from in the low 20s down to 12%. So significant improvement across all of our schools.
Whoa.
We should be proud of that. We should
Yes.
celebrate that. Our
Yes.
principals and school site team have done phenomenal work.
Yes. Thank you.
I told you, highlight at 6.
There you go. We still have a long way to go, a very long way to go. When you look at each of the individual schools, you can see their specific percentages for the 23-24 school year. I do want to point out futures shows 0%. That's because chronic absenteeism on the dashboard is only a TKA indicator. There isn't a high school chronic absenteeism rate. If we were to look at the number of students that were absent 10% or more of the school year, they fall at right about 12% for last year, just to give you good numbers on that as well. But I want to highlight a few wins here, comparing one year to the last. Community Collaborative Charter, CCCS, in 22-23, their rate was 30%. 23-24, it's under 7%. Massive, massive difference there, huge win. Let's see, other big wins. Sava Elk Grove had a chronic absenteeism rate of 32% in 22-23, down to 3% last year. Now remember, with our sites like Sava and CCCS, with the middle school specifically, they don't have elementary. So we're talking about a very small number of students, but the percentages are still real. 30+% down to 3% is a huge win. So across the board, our schools have done a great job. Our administrative team here at the GCC continues to push the importance of this, to look at strategies to increase attendance, increase engagement, and it will continue to be a focus because even though 12% is great compared to 22, 23, we're not satisfied and we know we can do better. Yes.
Is transportation at all an issue for getting students to school?
It's definitely an issue, which is why you'll see contracts for bus services. And we do provide hundreds of students transportation every year to get to school to make sure that we can promote engagement and attendance. On the independent study side, we have the hop, skip, drive contracts where we can make sure students can get from one campus to another for CTE classes specifically, because again, that's an engagement piece that makes students want to be there.
Right.
So every avenue that we can find and that we are able to afford with our budget, we're going to make sure we put forward to get those students to class. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Good on that. Next up, end of school year presentations. We are going to make a bit of a shift in how this process is done with our schools moving forward. Up until now, for the last 20 years, every spring, you receive 9 different presentations. It is a lot to squeeze in at the end of the year. We are going to split this into an every other year report now for each of our schools. And I wanted to provide you the schedule that Joy and I have put forward for this coming year. Each April, you'll have 2 schools present, and each May, you'll have 2 schools present. This year, you will hear from CCCS and COA Elementary in April, and then Futures and HLA in May. And the other 4 schools, you will see the following school year. We're going to give this a shot, make sure it meets the needs, meets the purpose of having the principals come in and share, and we will go from there. But I wanted to present this schedule to you plenty ahead of time, so you were aware. Thank you for the flag. And then last, upcoming school events. There is a larger list that gives events for the entire year that we're going to be able to get out to the board, but I wanted to highlight just a couple that are coming up here in the next 4 to 5 weeks. We have 2 open houses at CCCS and GIS, August 22nd. That's this Thursday. Epic has a kids farmers market coming up September 13th, and COA Elementary has their family movie night. I didn't put that up there, but it is their family movie night on Friday, September 27th. Want to let the board know that you're always invited to come out and say hello to our students and families at those events. And if I wrote it in my notes, I believe I missed Futures. Yeah, Futures has a back to school night, September 17th at 5:30. So again, you'll have other communications with these dates, but I wanted to point out the next upcoming events so that you're aware, and we always love to see you at the school sites.
And then just to add to Mr. Elliott's piece about the updates, we also in your Friday communication this week sent you the calendar for all the school sites of all the events that we have for the year. So we'll kind of keep updating you through our Friday update, but we want to give you all of that data at once.
And follow-up conversation I had with you, Jason, about events. Not all events are clear on what the intent is behind them. And so getting a little bit of a bullet that, you know, a sentence or 2 may provide more definition. And potentially what I like to do is get more board members to attend these kinds of events, including the foundation board members. So just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions before we, yes, Mr. Turner?
Yes, thank you for thank you for the report, and thank you for limiting the number of final presentations at the end of the year.
You bet.
Because I think it got to the point where it needed to be limited. And I think at the time it really served the purpose.
Yep.
But I really appreciate that. Can I go back to the independent study changes?
Law changes? You bet. Go for it.
Because board member Bangridge, he really piqued my interest in how we count students. So here's the question. If a student you have independent study that's less than 15 days, do we count those students then as part of our enrollment?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the whole purpose. If a student needs to be gone, whether it's a medical issue or a family event that parents are going to say, hey, we're taking our kid, we still have an avenue to collect
So
ADA.
they
and
can do 7 days of independent study or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. We can do it anywhere from up to 14 or up to 15 now for short-term independent study.
But, okay, maybe what I'm thinking about though, can a student walk in who is not enrolled in any of our other programs, come in and say, I want to take a 10-day independent study program?
At one of our independent study schools, they could, but that is not how we are set. Now, we're gonna encourage them to be longer, right? But if any student walks in anytime, we're going to enroll them. That's our policy. And you'd be surprised, some students say at our independent study schools, I'm just coming in to make up this class, that's all I'm gonna do. And that's their mindset coming in. Our goal is to catch them, to hook them, and make them realize that maybe this setting is right for you permanently, let's stay. So we don't advertise a short-term enrollment period. We don't only enroll students at our independent study sites on a short-term contract. It's always a year-long contract. They can leave anytime they choose. But we have pretty good processes in place to work on hooking even those students that say, I'm here to catch up this one class and then right back to McClatchy High School.
Not to belabor it, but that if it's certainly less than 15 days or so forth, it's certainly a lot of hours for those students to.
And it's a lot of work on our own staff for those short term. I mean, it's not, we are not looking for short-term enrollment. It is just an
All
avenue
right, I got it.
that we're never gonna turn a student away.
Right.
No matter what they say their reason for coming is.
I think finally, why did they change it one day?
I don't know, do you have logic behind it other than 3 weeks?
In the
So he said
legislature,
yeah,
I mean,
idea.
or the ed code, all the changes and everything that had to go to change in one day. Yeah.
So mostly these short-term independent study contracts are used at our seat-based schools, not really at SAVA or CCCS, because they always sign year-long contracts. But it's a regular occurrence for our seat-based schools to have short-term independent study, some students multiple times through the year. And oftentimes they'll do a week at a time. So we would get kids 5, 10, 15
Okay.
days. So that 14 never made sense when we're working in 5-day increments.
Got it.
And I will tell you, the legislative intent, if you want to go with that. This law really wasn't necessarily changed just for charter schools, but it was also really at a great
Yeah.
Oh, for all
benefit
everybody.
of
Yeah.
our comprehensive district partners. So say that.
Yeah, and we could do independent study 5 days, 4 days, teachers would give them the homework packets and they would do it and still be counted as being in attendance.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Thank you very much.
So, Madam President, I would
Yes.
invite the board to take a recess at this
Okay,
point.
and I think the board would be glad to take a recess. Great.
We can't hold you back from your recess.
No,
It's a law.
30 minutes only.
We have to have a 45 minutes recess.
Outside activities.
What is our break time?
We have it designated for.
45 minutes, it is
But we
45 minutes.
are at the pleasure of the
If we get back in time, but this is lunch break, and lunch break is in the rooms where we had breakfast. So,
board's in recess.
board's in recess for lunch break. Anything? Ready? The board is back from recess and we're ready to continue with our retreat information. So, Superintendent?
All right, thank you, Madam President. Our next agenda item will be our governmental relations update. And so Chief of Staff and Strategy, Mr. Taylor.
Hey, how are y'all? It's good to see you. Great lunch. We're
Great lunch.
get back at it and we'll dig into a bunch of stuff around government relations, legal. Some of this is a bit of a repeat of what's been said, but also a little bit of a deeper dive, hopefully. And feel free to ask questions around some of these laws so that we know what to look for, but also to ask questions of others, because we have access to CSDC and CCSA and AXA, and we can ask lots of questions if we can't answer it for you. We wanted to give you a quick update on where we are with our charter submissions. So just so you can have these dates on your calendars and be ready. The HLA and futures charters were submitted at the end of July. The first hearing, which is the public hearing portion of the charter renewal process, is September 17th. And then they're going to have their final vote on November 5th. So those are the two sort of upcoming days, and both of those charters will be handled on those two nights. For Saba Twin Rivers, COA and CCCS, those charters will be submitted the day after the public hearing for the first two on September 18th. Their first hearing is going to be on the same night as the final vote for HLA and futures. So they'll have their public hearing on November 5th, and their final vote will be January 14th. So those are kind of the upcoming schedules for the TR charters. That preserves time if we do need to appeal the decision from Twin Rivers to Sac County Office of Ed. We still have time after November 5th and January 14th to go work through the process with Sac County Office of Ed. And then next year, tagging Maury in for an assist on Saba Sac City and Saba Elk Grove. Those are next year's for renewal. And Maury's going to be leading those efforts. Maury's got the longstanding relationships with those two school districts and those schools, and we'll be taking on that part. So
You will let us know, the board members, let us know if you want us all there or
yeah,
one or two or however.
Yeah,
absolutely.
we will come up with a definite plan and get that out to you. But I wanted those dates to at least be in your radar. So if you can make it, we'll be ready. So kind of an overarching summary of the legislative session. So the legislative session isn't technically over yet, but it's close. All bills that were either positive or negative directly related to charters have been tabled. They've all been shut down. So there was some CCSA sponsored legislation that got pushed aside, and there was some CTA sponsored legislation that was against charter schools that got pushed aside, and everybody just like, it was a big timeout for the debates around charter schools for this legislative session. So there's opportunities for a gut and amend. So the charter school folks, everyone's kind of paying attention to what's going to happen. How a gut and amend works is a bill that's already passed one of the houses can be completely changed, then voted on by the second house, and then brought back to the first house and get re-voted on, and then it can go to the governor's office. So there's still a risk that there could be a sort of bill that sneaks in at the 11th hour, but we've not heard any indications of that. So there's two ballot measures. Omaira talked a little bit about these during her presentation. So Proposition 2 is the facilities bond. Charter schools would be receiving set aside of about 7% of the K-12 dollars, which is the 600 million. And there'll be, once this passes, or if this passes, it will be the procedures will be rolled out on how we'd be able to apply for that money. And then Proposition 32 is the minimum wage increase that we talked a little bit about. Jason and Omaira both included this. This would increase the minimum wage from $16 to $18 per hour, starting January 1 of 2025. So the part of this that is particularly troublesome is that it's happening in the middle of our budget year. So it's not that we got a year and a half of lead time to figure this out. The ballot measure goes to the voters in November and takes effect January 1. So mid-year budget, we have to figure out how to adjust all the salaries, all the expending, all the staffing to accommodate for this thing that may or may not happen. So we are analyzing the effects of this in very deep ways and hope to have some recommendations to you all in the next month or two on how we would take care of addressing the changes in the minimum wage if it doesn't pass. Any questions on those two? I know Myra talked a little bit about it, and I don't know if there's any questions on those two ballot measures, anything that. All right, we can come back to it too. The other sort of part of what we are tracking for legislation is various legislative proposals that are in the drafting stages right now that are focused on restricting non-classroom based charter schools. So there's reports that Jason talked a little bit about earlier. The big one that's yet to come, it was supposed to be released on June 30 to the court, was the state controller did a report on charter school fraud in the San Diego area, which came out of the A3 scandal and Dehesa Unified. There was a couple of very small school districts, maybe 100 students, and they were authorizing charter schools that served 20,000 students. So there was this sort of mismatch between the population size of the authorizer and then the schools that they were authorizing. So there's a judge actually created a task force that is going to be creating a report around what the judge would recommend. And so we're waiting on what that judge's order / recommendation / report is going to be. But like I said, it was supposed to be out June 30 and none of us have heard hide nor hair of it right now. So we're trying to figure out, what does that mean? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? But it's sort of hanging out there. All of that said, leads to the concern that there's going to be some significant changes to non-classroom based schools funding. And the moratorium expires June of 2026. So a year from this summer is when the non-classroom based schools can start new ones can start to be built again. So there's a clear movement towards wanting to get that fixed. The other big one that we're sort of worried about is increasing the oversight fees. So right now we pay about 1% in oversight fees to our districts. All of these reports that have come out have all recommended jumping that up to 3%. So that's just a 2% haircut for all of our budgets that goes to the districts for increased oversight. So the argument goes, they don't have enough dollars at the districts to be able to oversee the schools properly, and that's why these frauds are happening. So we need to give the districts more money to be able to monitor charter schools more closely. So that is a risk sitting out there that is fairly likely to happen. There's two other reports that we're tracking. The state auditor's report that Jason mentioned earlier from the Joint Legislative Audit Committee on Highlands Community Charter and Twin Rivers. That report will probably be out in the winter or spring of this school year. So the audit work is ongoing right now, and the report will probably be out in about 6 months. And then if you've been watching the SACB lately, there's an investigation into St. Hope Public Schools for some fiscal practices that they had engaged in, and they're up for renewal right now, but before the Sac City Board of Education. So watching that closely to see how the boards engage in that. So any questions about sort of where we are with charters or where we are with other legislative stuff?
St. Hope, shouldn't have been finished up by now. I thought it was supposed to be finished by the 17th.
They had the hearing last 2 weeks ago.
Week and a half ago.
Week and a half ago. And then that was their public hearing, and then the board has 60 days to vote.
Oh, okay.
So they'll have an official vote in somewhere in the next 60 days. So probably
This
there.
was a third party that did that. Somebody came out of it. So
Yeah. yeah, I don't know how that's all gonna play out. It's gonna be a really interesting,
Yeah.
an interesting story to watch. But I know CBS 13 has done several news stories about St. Hope, so ABC 10 did all the stories around Highlands and CBS 13's focused on St. Hope, so. Any other questions? Charters? Perfect,
Thank you, Matt.
yes, I'll be back up shortly, I'm sure.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I get to go first on this one, don't I?
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, don't go too far, so, Mr. Taylor's gonna continue with our uniform complaint, procedure, UCP update, and then we'll be followed by, Mr. Coy, who's gonna share, our special education.
So, I'm now designated as our compliance officer in our board policies and our employee handbooks around receiving uniform complaints. So our uniform complaints policy is BC 01-19. So there's a whole board approved policy that happens that it gets engaged if we ever receive a complaint. All of our staff are notified of the uniform complaint procedure in the handbook. All of our parents and guardians are notified during our annual notice process. And during 23-24, we did not receive any complaints that rose to the level of a uniform complaint. We of course received phone calls and concerns, and then those were handled at the lowest possible level. The schools did a great job of making sure that those things got dealt with. And so we didn't have anything that rose up to the uniform complaint, which is great news.
Good thing we have. That's good.
Yeah.
No.
No uniform complaints.
Good
Good.
thing to not have any complaints.
Yes, that's great.
A quick question, do we get just a report on the number of complaints to the board or anything?
So, usually if a complaint comes to the board, we'll notify the board of that complaint, but no complaints rose to that level.
Oh, no, what I'm saying is the number of complaints.
Overall?
Yeah, whether it comes to the board or not.
We track that, so we can provide that to you. But as Mr. Taylor said, most of those are lower level, which are handled at the school site, but we can provide a list of the number of complaints that do come over the year.
Thank you. So the next portion of this is an update regarding our SPED and Student Services Department. As you're aware, Dr. Crawford has accepted a position in the Foothills Twin Ridges School District, and he has accepted the principal and superintendent position for that small district. So we're very happy for him. But unfortunately for us, his last day was last Friday. So we wish him all of the best. But in his absence, Superintendent Sample and the cabinet, they have created a transition plan for our SPED and Student Services Department. So we have currently posted on EdJoin, the Director of Special Education and Student Services, and we're getting lots of applicants for this position. That's always a good thing, to have lots of people interested in working in our organization. And so we're happy and excited to start screening and scheduling those interviews. In the interim, special ed portions of Dr. Crawford's duties are assigned to me. So I'm overseeing SPED, and I'm thankful to still have the support of our SPED coordinator, Ms. Nicole Strobel, who's here today. Thank you, Nicole. And we have also arranged for a contract consultant to support us during this time. And that is Mr. Sam Neustadt, and he's also here today. So Mr. Neustadt has experience working for CDE in the SPED department and in Solano County, and with Miss Lily as well. I think they've crossed paths in the world of SPED in previous years.
It only gave me a prize once.
So he's already really been helpful to me just in the past week. But the SPED team will continue to work with the psychs, the RSP specialists, speech pathologists and assistants, the behavior support and the RBTs, and of course our transition coach. And the student services portion in the interim is going to go to Assistant Superintendent Mr. Elliott. And he will be overseeing enrollment, the enrollment clerks, the health team, counselors, and the social workers. We do understand there's some overlap in the duties of that staff. They support both students in gen ed and students in special ed. And so we're closely working together to make sure there are no gaps in support for students. But, I just want to affirm our special ed staff. They are very committed to doing what's right for students. So we're sure that because of their work, our students will continue to be served at a high level. So shout out to all of our psychologists and teachers and paras who are working with our students every day. So I just want to give you our enrollment over time instead. You can see across, we did have an increase last school year for 23-24, but across our schools, our SPED enrollment is down just a little over 106 students right now. We do know those change over time with enrollment, but you can see a little bit where the concentration of enrollment for SPED students is, and our Salvage schools do serve a higher percentage of special ed students than our other schools. And finally, what does our SPED staffing look like across GCC? That's definitely one thing that has changed in the last 5 years since Dr. Crawford came to us and really built that department. And now, if you were to include vacancies and full hires, this department is almost up to 50 employees across GCC. So on this chart, the numbers in parentheses are actually vacant positions. So for 24-25 school year, we have in place 36.5 and we have 11 vacant positions. So when you see the contracts coming across your agenda for vendors, this is to support our gaps in staffing for these students. Of course, it's always more expensive to use a contractor than it is to hire our own. These positions are posted. We always want our own staff, but we must make sure that students continue to be served in the network.
Can I ask what question we have?
Yes, ma'am.
Educational specialists.
These are the RSP.
Oh,
teachers.
RSP teachers, okay.
This is our title.
Yeah.
Education
Okay.
specialists. Good question. I had the same question.
You had the same question. Because I thought, I'm not familiar with that title. What is it? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Joy, it is interesting to note that the number of students in the special education program is still at about 10% of our student population, which has been very, very consistent. I think that's probably consistent statewide.
That's where it should be.
I think that is about equal to what statewide is. Probably Mr. Newshak could answer that more so than me, but I know our percentage of staff of students has grown over time. From when we first took education on our own, when GIS became its own provider for special ed, and then a couple of years later, we pulled our schools from Twin Rivers. We have grown for SPED because we had students who, needed more supports. And so we've worked really hard to make sure we're meeting our child find obligation and serving the students.
The 10% is where it should be, according to your school population. So it's 10%, we're right on.
According-
We should be.
According to CDE, it's about 12% statewide, so we're.
Yeah, we are better.
Covered.
Yeah,
A
we're
little
better
over,
off,
yeah.
because it is supposed to be 10%.
Yeah.
Right, and we
Of
look
your
at it
school
as a
population.
whole GCC and also as a school. So
Yeah.
we're kind of tracking that at both levels. So that is our update for SPED. Are there any other questions that you have? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, I know Mr. Floyd talked about this in hers, but it really goes without saying, very happy and appreciative of the work that Dr. Crawford did over the course of the last 3 years. And so wish him the very best in his new journey. So also very confident with the team that we have that's keeping things going. So just want to make that known.
And staffing, we're pretty much okay on staffing. Do we see where we need any extra people or?
Well,
anything?
I think I failed to mention that Mr. Newsat is also doing a gap analysis for us
Yeah.
while he is here. And so he's gonna help make sure we are appropriately
appropriate,
staffed to
yeah.
serve our students. But that is something that's an ongoing effort, and it changes
I know.
with every new student
Different
that's
speech and
identified and their needs, and when they come to us with needs, existing needs as well.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for coming in.
Take care.
Don't get in with it.
You know, we felt like we should have had you do a presentation or say something, but. All right, so our next report will be our human resources personnel update, and so Director Berrigan.
Good afternoon, Board, Cabinet. So today I'm here to provide you with the annual update for our Human Resources Department. There are 4 areas that I will be updating you on, and the first one will be our personal annual report. So again, you know, staffing our schools and the GCC central office is always a priority of the HR department. We want to make sure that, you know, all the positions are filled to be able to serve our students and to make sure that, you know, administrators are concentrated on making sure on the day-to-day work and not worry about their staffing needs. As of the beginning of this school year, as of August 14, we started the school year with 847 employees. And again, you know, this is a huge increase from last year. We have 45 more employees than, you know, the beginning of last school year. And, you know, this has been due to the effort and the work that we've been doing by attending job fairs and advertising on EdJoin and Handshake and just being out in the community, making sure that all our positions are posted and that we are clearing the applicants as soon as they apply and, you know, process those interviews to bring in on board. Again, you know, we did have some employees that left the GCC at the end of the last school year, and we were able to hire, you know, most of them back. But one of the reasons that, you know, employees continue to leave is because, you know, they have the desire to work at the school where their children attend, to be on the same work calendar. Many of them, you know, there are a lot of jobs that still provide you the flexibility to work remotely or hybrid. And so some of our employees that want to be able to have a better life and work balance, you know, have made the choice to leave education and go for those positions to be able to balance with their life and work. And also, you know, we do have employees that continue to move out of California because of the, you know, cost of living being too expensive for them. I'm going to be going over the vacant positions that we have by site, even though we, you know, have more employees this year than last year. We still have several positions that are vacant, and that, you know, we continue to advertise. And so the GCC central office, some of those positions are or special ed because, you know, they are assigned to the central office since they are deployed to all of our schools. And so, you know, you can get an idea of the positions that we still have vacant. And for many of them, like Ms. Tikoi stated, we do have vendors in place to be able to provide the services to our students in our sites. CCCS and our virtual academy, they're actually doing pretty good. You know, we only have for the TK 2-8 site, a TK teacher that is vacant, and we are in the process of, you know, onboarding somebody for that position because they just did interviews. We do have an RSP specialist and still part-time night custodian. Or visual academy, again, you know, RSP specialist, and then, you know, a paraeducator RSP. For COI Elementary School, this is the first year that I have seen this school, you know, have so many vacant positions at the start of the school year. One of the reasons is because we added more classes since, you know, we took on, you know, the new campus, yes. And so many positions, many employees changed grade levels, leaving some of the lower positions vacant. And so that's the reason as to why we still have, you know, some of those positions vacant. One of the good things is that, as I will continue on my presentation, we continue our partnership with Scoot. So we have substitutes on every vacant position that we have. Our COA Middle School, they still have 2 vacant positions, so today for certificated, they also have a couple of classified and part-time positions that are vacant. Epic is actually doing really good, except for PE. For some reason, we're having a hard time finding PE teachers this year. And so Epic needs a middle school and a TK to 5. And they currently have 2 classified full-time positions vacant as well. Futures. So our Futures High School, we continue to struggle with math and science. This is one area that for the last couple of years, we have had vacant. And so we are continuing to support the school by, providing them with substitutes for those positions. GIS. So GIS currently has 2 vacant positions in a 3rd grade and a middle school ELA. But again, we do have substitutes on those positions and to support those grade levels. And they also have a couple that classified part-time and full-time that are still vacant. HLA. So, HLA is one of those schools that we continue to have challenges with staffing in that school. And, as of today, they still have 12 certificated positions that are vacant. Again, we do have substitutes on all of those positions and continue to work with the school side to make sure that, we help them, get qualified educators on those roles. Saba is doing pretty good. We only have one at our Twin Rivers site. We only have one classified position open. And then at our Elk Grove, we have a total of 3 certificated and 1 classified. And at our Sac City, we do have 6, but that includes, like their Sim Center in La Familia exams. Okay. And so as I was, going through all those vacant positions, we are really excited that, for the 24-25 school year, we continue our partnership with Scoot Education, who provide us with great educators that are able to take on those vacant positions and also assist us when we have employees that are out on a leave of absence for a long-term assignments, and also covering day-to-day absences. As of today, all of our schools have a certificated educator in each classroom. So, that is the good news. Even though we're not able to provide, full-time employees, we were able to secure Scoot educators, also para educators, GCC employees that obtain their 30-day sub permit to be able to fill those certificated vacant positions. Our partnership with Scoot has been great, where to the point where this year we actually hired 6 Scoot educators that were part of the Teach Start program that were long-term substitutes at our schools last year. And so we hired them, and this year they're GCC employees. So, we are really happy with this partnership that we created with Scoot, because part of their Teach Start program is that they are, sending Scoot Teach Start fellows to our schools. They fall in love with our schools and our students, and then, they become our employees once they're receive their full credential, they're intern eligible. So
I was gonna ask you that question you just answered, if we are able to keep some of those people if they're interested.
Yes.
So that's good news. That answers my question.
Yes.
Get more.
last year was our first, the year before was our first year that we had, Scoot.
Scoots, yeah.
And so we hired 5. And then this year we hired 6. So, that's a
So let's
total of
just keep on
11.
learning.
And yes. Um, so during the school year, 23-24, we continue to work with our paraeducators that hold, a bachelor's degree to encourage them to get their 30-day sub permit to be able to assist the school sites with their vacant positions and long-term assignments. And, we are happy to announce that this has been a great success because we currently have 11 paraeducators that got employees of the GCC that went through this process, received their 30-day sub permit, and they're currently assigned to our schools. And, you can see the schools where we have our own paraeducators working as, substitute teachers on each of our sites, assisting, with those vacant positions that we currently have. And we will continue this program this year. We already have about 4 or 5 paraeducators that have reached out to HR, expressing interest to get a 30-day sub permit and enroll into teaching programs to be able to be, teachers at our schools.
Or 30-day substitute permit. So why is it only 30 days?
Because this is what CTC calls it, a 30-day substitute learning permit. Due to our staffing needs, we have been able to keep it in the classroom longer, and many times we rotate them through schools or assignments to be able to support, the gaps where we need a certificated educator. Yeah, but the permit is only, for 30 days in the assignment as stated by the one education coach. And that's what we encourage our subs or paras to get sub permits, so we're able to rotate them around, our schools and our vacant positions. So key personnel compensation is the next section that I will cover. And so GCC does have a board policy 0809 that provides us with an opportunity to do a review of our cabinet level and superintendent positions to be able to ensure best practices and to maintain transparency. And so we normally do this salary review. We try to, do a comparison with school districts or charter schools around the same size as ours. So we normally do, approximately the schools that have ADA of 3,000 to 7,000 students. And again, the salaries, they're compared with possible to similar positions for certificate and classified management titles for salary comparison. Many, the benefits, enhancements, and calendar number of days and experience, are different based on the districts and schools. So we try to, get as comparable as we can. Or superintendent CEO salary comparables this year, when we first brought you the information, again, we looked at, some of the schools that have similar ADA, and that is the information that we gathered. Executive level salary comparable this year. Starting this year, we changed our cabinet positions, and so they align more with, some of the other charter schools or traditional districts for their titles. So we were able to find, comparable salaries based on those schools. And the next part of my report is familial relations for 24-25. And so again, GCC has an anti-nepotism policy, or policy 1013. And so consistent with the principle that employees and prospective employees of the GCC should be hired, evaluated, and advanced on the basis of individual merit without reference to considerations of race, sex, religion, sexual orientation, national origin, or any other factors not involving professional qualifications or performance. GCC has established employment guidelines and restrictions to avoid that possibility of favoritism based on a family or personal relationship. And so to prevent conflict, The HR department does maintain a list of GCC employees that have, familiar relations with any other staff. And at the start of this school year, we have approximately 96 employees that have familiar relations. And so this is, where we track that information. When I was going down the list, I found it interesting that we have a total of 18 that are, husband and wife. So, it's really interesting that, we have spouses that can actually work together in this organization. So,
Not the direction I thought you were.
We're such a good organization.
Such a good organization, they get along just fine. And then we also have, as you can see, sisters, daughter, what is it? In-laws, aunts and uncles, and all kinds of, familiar relations. And so this is, just shows that GCC is a great organization where, our employees, want their family to come and enjoy and join this organization. Last year, we had approximately 84, and we had some employees that actually left this year that had familiar relationships with other employees, and even with that, we still had an increase this year of how many employees, are working at our organization that have family.
That's that mentioned.
And staff retention update. So for the start of that 23, at the end of the 23-24 school year, we had a total of 407 certificated employees. In classified, we had a total of 327. We, again, had some employees that left. But we had, as you can see, more new hires and actually employees leaving this year. So that just goes to show that, GCC continues to be a great organization, and due to the benefits package and the salaries that we have been able to work and offer this year, our employees decided to continue in employment with the GCC. So this is really good news. And that's all that I have for my presentation. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Anyone? Any questions? Thank you so
Thank
very
you.
much for your report, Thank you.
And again, I just want to take a moment to affirm Laura and her team for ensuring that on the first week of school, we had a certificated staff member in every one of our classrooms. That is a huge, that was a huge task that her and her team accomplished. And I know our principals are happy, but I just want to publicly say, great job. You did a really good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next we have our facilities update with Director Mr. Little.
Good afternoon, Board President.
Good
members, and
afternoon.
As we go through this, you're going to see that there are a lot of projects done over the summer. But I can't take the credit for all of it. This year, we had a lot of site managers step up, and I just want to affirm them as we get started through this presentation that a lot of site managers on their sites stepped up, and we're watching some of the projects go. So we'll get started. Over at CCCS at their main campus, got pictures here. There's new CTE room, added some sinks and cabinets there. Also the stoves for them to actually start with their culinary class in there. They got new carpet throughout the hallways coming in. Actually, it makes it look a lot better. They're having an art room in there now, as well as painting the restrooms. And I want to affirm Becky Hammock, and she helped out with a lot of those projects there with the painting of the bathrooms and carpet issues there. Going on to the TK8 for them, their main gate coming in, they always used to have to come out of their office to let people in with when somebody called the office at the gate. So now we have a buzzer and a camera on that main gate, so they can actually bring them in from inside. Adding some security in there, and did some more flooring in F10 as well. And the playground that's in progress for TK8. You see the pictures there. The one that's the location, it's going to be, you're familiar with the campus over there by where the restrooms and the old snack bar used to be for the park. There's a current playground over there behind that, and we're going to be taking that playground out and putting a new one in that's more beneficial for the TK8 kids. And that's kind of a plan there with it too, showing some of the equipment. It's kind of small on that plan, but kind of show you what it's going to end up looking like. Currently, that's with DSA and the architects as they go back and forth. So it is a project that's in progress right now. And we'll move on to Community Outreach Academy. This site had a lot of, you'll see there's a lot of improvements like TI work they did on the sites, a lot with painting, some window replacements, some carpeting throughout there. Again, site managers really stepped up this summer and were able to watch some of those smaller projects. So I can keep an eye on those bigger ones that you guys know about. But a lot of these projects that you see coming from here though are actually will be reimbursed from McClellan on, because these were part of some lease negotiations a couple of years ago where they gave us some tenant improvement monies to spend. So these were kind of a rush to get them done so we can meet the deadline and get these submitted for reimbursement before that time expires. So they went through, updated some restrooms, gonna put up some fencing over there at the Scabarla campus. If you're familiar with that, you got the apartments there next to us. So there's a lot of traffic that just cuts through the parking lot. So they want to kind of divert that back out to the street. Rafferty A's got carpet replacement and some doors replaced. Rafferty B upgraded some restrooms. Dudley A got some new windows that were giving problems with leaking and just some draft coming through. They're old single pane windows. Had flooring replaced there as well, and also restroom upgrades there. Dudley B interior paint, they repainted the whole interior of that campus. Restroom upgrades there as well, and also they're working on replacing the entry doors on that one as well. Those are the old, coming into that one, it was our office, but those doors swell, the wooden doors, so in the wintertime they swell and it's difficult to open. In the summertime, you get a big gap if you adjust them. So we're working on getting those repaired too. Pavilion had a couple of windows replaced on the south side of the building that were having leak issues as well. Again, upgraded some restrooms and replaced the carpet in that building as well. And the one on Dudley C that you guys got the tour this morning, we opened on time.
Yeah.
Turned out to be a little bit more of a stressful project than other ones, but turned out great. I think it looks good. We are still working. We do have a temporary occupancy right now that goes through the middle of October. So we just have to do some landscaping. We're working with the planning department right now on that. And then that should be completely signed off and we'll be ready to go with that project. Middle school has some projects in progress with Twin Rivers. The girls' locker room had some leak issues actually at the end of last school year. So they are working on doing the roof above that and then also coming in and then redoing the ceiling and cleaning that area up as well. A lot of their offices along the front wing there in the library and that they were originally not suited for offices. So we're working with Twin Rivers about putting some ventilation, some HVAC in those offices for them. And also the classroom H3 is getting a new HVAC unit on that as well. Epic. That one also at the end of last school year, we had some pretty significant HVAC issues over there where they had to replace the whole control system. The whole control system went down. So we're having some issues over there. We brought in a lot of temporary AC units for the classrooms during this process. The control units were replaced and that was up and running by mid-July. And then they started working on an actual upgrade of the actual unit on the ceiling, on the rooftop. That building has 2 AC units. One controls our NPR room and the other larger unit controls the whole building. So it's very important that the controls are working to show where the airflow needs to go in that building. So they're still working on that. That should be finishing up here in the next couple of weeks where the actual upgrades are waiting on one more part as it's being manufactured. So temperatures are fluctuating a little bit, but we are being able to maintain them. They have a technician on site every morning to make sure that everything's up and running there. You can see the picture there, the boys' restroom, the handrails that got repainted. Those handrails get a lot of use, so it's probably gonna be almost an every summer thing to get those freshened up. And boys' countertop, it used to be a laminate countertop that was kind of falling apart and water damaged, and now it's a Corian, so it won't have those issues going on in the future. You heard Omira talk briefly about this during the budget, but the outdoor restroom, that's an in progress project as well. Working on finishing up the plans for that, so we can start putting that out by the playground, so they can have another restroom downstairs. And also, playground resurfacing. We're going through and kind of getting rid of all the bark that we have out there. That rubberized bark is just a kind of continual maintenance thing. We're going with the more important place, kind of what COA did last year. So that'll be a much better, long lasting solution for them as well. Futures and Higher Learning Academy over there at RDP. The serving windows over at the cafeteria, these are those windows that came from the kitchen to the outside. They are now code compliant with the health department, so we can actually serve food out of there. We just had to make them a little bit smaller because the opening is too wide. Otherwise, we have to put fly fans on there on every window, so we ended up just shrinking the window down to fit for that. So we're able to better serve the students out of there. We removed all the broken and cafeteria tables that were in there that were just giving us a lot of hassle from the beginning with the locking mechanism on there. So we replaced all those this summer. Wall panels were installed in the modulars. Remember the modular buildings, when we put the TVs up, we had that big space behind it. Now we got a wall panel behind it, so it's all hiding all that. HVA replacements in the modulars as well. Looking at this site also has a playground resurface kind of in the progress. Everything's been approved and everything. We're just waiting for the schedule to open up for the contractor to start these jobs. And then blacktop restriping for the basketball courts and everything needs to be upgraded as well or redone. And then for Sava, Michael Surdy really helped out with this one a lot. They down in Elk Grove, they kind of the front of the Elk Grove campus, they took out all the planters that were there and actually poured concrete in there and gonna put some tables and some umbrellas out there. Had to go through an approval process with, it's kind of like an HOA, but it's for the commercial buildings down there. So they had to go to their board for approval, but that's been taken care of now. So they will be tables and I think are on the agenda for being ordered, but the tables and umbrellas and stuff go out there. There's a place for the students to sit while they're waiting for their parents to come pick them up. The break room space, you've been in that campus when you go into the right, they actually had like two break rooms that were kind of combined and it was kind of a useless space there. So we're kind of opening that up, making it one break room instead of having the two smaller ones there. Power in expansion into the 5580 Suite F. And looking at still the ACs in the shop areas. These areas in the warehouses back there had a swamp filler that's really not conducive to the work that we're doing in there now with all the construction and also welding programs that provide heat. So we're looking at putting AC units in all of these as well. And future projects. We saw Dudley C this morning. Now we're going to go on to phase 2 where we're looking at playgrounds and things for them to actually have use for the fields around them. Futures and HLA, we're looking at portables for more expansion on students there. And the Learning Center and soccer field as well up in the future side of that campus as well for just some expanded opportunities to help the students. And then Epic, we're looking at doing some additional drinking fountains in there. They have some restrooms that kind of in the back of the building that don't have anything for the students. So we want to put some drinking fountains in the back there just to better service the students so they have more accessibility to that. And then the Suite 150 downstairs, it has a kind of a little break room right there. We're looking at the options of maybe putting a restroom in that building too, because the only thing downstairs right now is the original restroom bank right there by the elevators, and that's mainly used by all the tenants downstairs and not for our students who want to give them a place where they could actually go when they're downstairs as well. That's it. You guys have any questions?
Yes.
Again, congratulations on Dudley C.
Thank you.
I'd like to think of a new name to Dublin City. It's a nice facility. Sherry, how old are the modulars of Higher Learning Academy?
Modules in our High Learning Academy, I believe we're on our third year now on those.
Well, isn't it a little soon to be replacing the heating and air conditioning units?
Those were, the heating and air conditioning units were put in a very small closet outside. And they just burned up pretty much. The computers, the motherboards and things were just getting too hot on them. So the parts for those units took 6 months to get. We had one that went down and it took 6 months to get it up and running again. So we all decided the best way to handle the situation was probably to go through as they were going out, is to replace them. Get a unit in there that has parts more available, so if we did have issues, we can.
Did we get a warranty from the company to put the modulars in?
The warranty was only for a year on the HVAC. So they made it the first year.
Okay, a larger question.
Yes.
I know on the big projects, we did the, look out there.
Mhm.
On the smaller projects, I'm painting a classroom, I'm fixing a window, I'm laying carpet. Do we have in-house staff that do that, or do you bid that out? Or how do you determine the process for which that's going to be repaired?
We have a couple of contractors that we do use for that, depending on their workloads. And we do, even on the smaller ones, we tend to get more than just one bid on it, just so we can keep everybody honest. So. But in-house people know, but we have the contractors, the pool of contractors that we use.
So we do have in-house staff also?
Not in-house, no, just some.
Oh, it's all contract.
Yeah,
It's all outside contractors.
yes.
Would I hate to hire more people, but have we ever looked at the cost effectiveness? Because on the small items, they add up.
Mhm.
And sometimes it's really better to have somebody that is, could do the small things.
That's you.
Right.
That's you, isn't it?
It's a facility department right now that handles the other.
You can
small
do it.
guys.
That's about who it is.
Well, and just to maybe go a little bit further, Director Turner, one of the things that Omira and I both are doing is just looking at the assessment of the fact that our facility department is the exact same size it was when we were serving 300 students.
Have we grown at all?
Right, so I do think that's one of the things that we are logically
Oh,
trying to
okay.
look at. And honestly, I feel if we look at it the right way, we may actually move some projects faster, kind of lessen the frustration of staff. But we are the exact same size of a department as we had when we were 300 students. So that is something that we are looking at.
You're looking at, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jerry, thank you. Again, beautiful. I appreciate the tour today. And it's, I won't use the word miracle, but it truly is something that I'm so happy it opened on time.
I was starting to have some doubts 2 weeks before the opening too, but I kept those hidden.
Definitely kept them hidden for me.
Kept telling the contractor, there is no plan B, so we gotta get it going, so.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, he got my question, that was the same thing, I marked the same thing that he did, so I have the same question.
Thank you, Jerry, for all your work. I think
Thank you.
we really need to say that over and over, because without you, none of this would get done. So thank you, and I do question, how you get it done and how you work. So,
Good team.
yeah.
So.
Thank you very, very much.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Superintendent, do you have any more reports for us before we go into our consent agenda items?
No, Madam President, those conclude the study session items that we have for today. And obviously, we have regular business and the rest of our agenda.
Okay, any other comments at this point, or we wait till board comments? I'll come back to that in just a few minutes, board members. So right now, we're going to go into our regular agenda items with the consent agenda items And I will go over those just so people who are with us virtually will know. Adoption of the GCC board meeting minutes, 7/23/24. Personnel consent agenda. Purchases over 30,000. Futures ethnic study curriculum. COA Spanish curriculum and annual board resolutions. And you have received all of that information in your board backup. So at this point, I will entertain a motion.
So move to.
Second,
It has been moved in second. Any other discussion? I just want to comment on personnel consent agenda. Appreciate all of the people who have been added. And we had, please note for Mr. Tim Springles that we really appreciate his coming back. We know that the grass is not as green on the other side as he thought it might have been. So we are glad that he's back with us now. So please make that note. Any other comments from anyone? Hearing none. Okay, we shall do roll call. Mr. Mark Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Harry Block,
Yes.
Mr. Bruce Mandrick,
Yes.
Mr. Jack Turner,
yes,
Lily Campbell, yes. The consent agenda items passed unanimously. We are now down to personnel. Health and other insurance benefit plans, 2025, and employee contribution amounts. You have received that information, and again, I will entertain a motion for that item.
so move.
So moved, thank you.
Second.
Second, any other discussion? Any discussion on that item? Hearing none, roll call. Mark Anderson,
Yes.
Harry Block,
Yes.
Bruce Mandrick,
Yes.
Jack Turner,
Yes,
Lily Campbell, yes. That item passes. Item number 2, resolution. 2024-25-05, teacher assignment, misassignment, monitoring for school year 2024-2025. You have received, you saw the resolution in your backup. I will entertain a motion.
So move.
So moved, thank you.
second,
And second, discussion? Questions? Hearing none, seeing none, roll call. Mark Anderson,
Yes.
Harry Block,
Yes.
Bruce Mandrick,
Yes.
Jack Turner,
yes,
Lily Campbell, yes. So that item is approved unanimously. And now we're down for board comments before we move into closed section. Board comments? Yes, Jack.
I just want to thank all the presenters today and all the people that provided the breakfast and lunch and I really appreciated the reports and the time, the pacing.
Thanks.
It was, I really will say it was a significant improvement over some past presentations. And no fault to the presenters. So it's really appreciate that.
Yes.
I was gonna say the same things, Jack. Great. The agenda was very good, very broad, with a lot of specificity, a lot of good discussion. And I appreciate staff's preparation for all of this as well. So thank you.
Any other comments? I want to, seeing no hands, I want to talk about the opening event, back to school event. Harry and I were there, and we also spent time with the superintendent serving ice cream that afternoon, which was a lot of fun, But I hope I can say this. The back to school event was one of pleasure, one of fun, and an assortment of events that took place, starting off with the band from Grant, the drum line, that's what I'm trying to say. It was absolutely fantastic. When you went on the campus, and it was at San Juan High School. So when you drove in, you heard these drums playing, and you just want to dance because it was so good. So they were outside. They played outside until just about the time for breakfast to start. And then we went inside, and they came in, they had their breakfast, but then they went out to the floor. and they played from the floor several times. And it was just so invigorating to see those young people. And that band, that drum line is just fantastic. That's why they've been to, Mr. Block, you went with them to
South Africa,
South Africa
Tokyo.
and Washington DC. I know they've been to
DC and
Washington
New
DC.
York, which I.
Now I see why they've been to all those places, because they were so great. Then we had a dance off contest with the mascots from the school. And next time, we're gonna have one from Cabinet.
Oh, boy, congratulations.
It was so good. And then we had, for the first time that I know of, a guest speaker. A young man he's from the Compton area, Los Angeles. Talk a lot about his childhood, where he came from and how he got where he was, which was just really great. Everything went so well, other than we lost the air cooling in the gym. But people took place and kept fanning and enjoying themselves. It was interesting to see. Oh, you have some pictures there. Oh, fantastic. That's the food. So there's the drum line. Thank you so much for bringing that, because there we are. It was just one of the best that we have had, and I don't want to take away from anything else, but it was great. So thank you, Superintendent, thank you, staff, thank all of you for your hard work that you did to make this an event that I will remember for some time. And you can see all of the people and the mascots. And we had people there from the Republic, Sac Republic, and also the announcer for the Kings there. And he participated in some of the activities. But it was an event that I will remember for a long time. So thank all of you. Okay. I guess that's all I need to say. But I just wanted to share that with, and to make sure that everybody knows how much I thoroughly enjoyed it. As you can see, it was an event. And now we're getting ready to move into closed session. And closed session is anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9. Second was closed section, conference regarding real estate negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. And the third, closed session, personnel matter, employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. So these are the items that will be taken into closed session. And we will come back for follow-up after closed session. We are back from closed session and no action was taken, information only, so thank you. And now, board comments, any more? Well, first of all, our next board meeting,
September tenth.
September tenth, next board meeting, September tenth. Please note that, everyone. And now we're down to closing comments, board members. We are back for closed session.
Great day.
Board members, any other closing comments?
Great day.
Great day,
Great day.
great day. Thank you, Ms. Melissa, for your hard work. The food was great. The refreshments were great. Everything was done very well. I like the ambiance here in the room. Everything was very, very comfortable. So thank you for that. Thank you, Cabinet, for all of the information that you provided to us. It was a very good day, and we appreciate all of your hard work. Anything else, board members? Hearing none, I will now entertain a motion for adjournment.
So.
May I have a second? Second, all in favor? Aye. So moved. End of the meeting.
Bye,
Thank
Mark.
you.